Chapter 5. The following is translated to something that someone who is not woken can understand in words. Without extra-dimensional perception, it is unexplainable without using familiar terminology. I'm going to continue to grow and focus on bridging the gap between divinity and vocabulary. At this level, a person should be confident in EDP and ESP to read functionally and competently. And I, of course, will work on improving my communication skills. It is beyond a reasonable doubt that the authority granted to me by the kingdom of heaven is undeniable, unchallenged, and underappreciated. I shall move as I do, and I work as I choose, but my interest is not employment, and is most certainly not for lack of work ethic. I am going to continue to work on the interest of healing and protecting Gaia from the corruption of this world. Like radiation to eradicate cancer growth cells, the candle holders of the night have gone to work to purify the overgrown temple. I am the beast, and I have unleashed the hounds of hell to do service in the name of good and righteousness. It will be a struggle, but we will not fail. Simultaneously, I seek new routes while I formulate the appropriate actions needed to secure the sails as I steer this ship through the storm. Now I secure the lines and adjust to the winds. If my authority is not to be acknowledged by anyone who would profit from the oppression of others, then I must demonstrate the gravity of having been chosen as the hand of God after being mentored by the fallen, tested by the demons they once battled, enlightened by deities, challenged by governments, and threatened by society. I will always use my discernment to the best of my abilities and know that when my emotion dictates my brash decisions, it will cause pain, even lost battles, but it will make me stronger every time. I have reached the absolute edge of expansion, and I've only just begun. Hope is a moving flagpole, and that is why my compass spins. I will miss the mark from time to time, but in the void, it's the needle magnetized. That's how I see in the dark with my eye. Time to truly be alive and thrive. I'm a bird in a cage, now to build my own atrium, and then I soar in the skies. Without consequence of revealing myself to the entire planet, some of the world will not understand, and in anticipation of devastation, it is important that I build a house of cards for low-level tyrants to tear down if it comes to conflict. Journaling must become strict, and my sense is always growing. Never quit. Self-love. I am accomplished. I am indomitable. Anyone who is telling me I'm not convicted can shut up. Sparing myself the full baptizing of self-immolation due to ego inflation, I'm waiting to be impressed. I have no heroes in my life except those who hold candles. The light in the darkness will always hold my respect. But I see no one to look at as a beacon. So prove otherwise, or it's me, even if every channel I take has denied its fruition because I'm stuck in containment. So until they deem my enthusiasm greater than their reservations, I'll be just me. I lead you to the water, so drink it or fall off dead, but I ain't going to whisper you soft nothings trying to keep you hydrated. I learn lots, but it's wasting my time doing this shit without a plan. So I'm just gonna sober up because I refuse to follow a script. Fuck their plan. Mine is better. Pain is power, and when it is no longer than my suffering is needless, I'm no longer struggling to expand for the sake of learning. I'm simply struggling because I'm faced with a dog eating the vomit bullshit that has been preached to me. I may have to find whatever job just to earn paychecks to do exactly what I set out to do. I will never give up on the little guy. Working on myself is essential, but helping others is empowering themselves is exactly who I am. So if I'm met with invisible barriers in every direction, then I will build up and break out of the ceiling. I have no interest in being told I'm doing it the wrong way. Nobody has ever done what I'm doing, so what do they really know? I will win. I don't need to chase anything. I need to create beacons, and sooner or later my progress will achieve an unknown skill set needed to move beyond this boundary. My frustration is high, but the fire is not anger or wrath, it's absolute determination. So, fuck the naysayers, and fuck fear. Anyone who talks to me may hear some shit they don't feel comfortable with, but I hold to myself. Mercy is a gift. Who will earn mine? There comes a time when a man is too overburdened to stop and drop everything to pick up another. I'm going to establish myself and bring others with similar interests as me. The more of us on this path, the more able we are to help others who fall down. Carrying this on my back solo is too slow a pace. That's why they teach me with suffering. I'm the one playing against myself. It always has been me in charge. Difficult to understand the transition, but I'm making what sense I am able, knowing that I know there is just but a bit more to go. You don't need time, you need memories. So what does that leave for me? Don't ever pull that shit, using Johnny B. I give you confidence because I do what's right, so you cut loose, ready to fight. Under the moon, you own the town. Yeah, there's plenty of you to go around. I could go on forever, yeah, never stop. But maybe all it takes is a writer's block. So all I got is the child acts of spite, gots to set boundaries and then drop the mic. You know what, you want to know more. How about suck my cock? Your words won't budge me, not even a chance. Just hope my compass does its dance. Cause the way it stands, I'm taking a break, cause of that you throwing me nothing but fake. I'm closing the notepad now, so play your head games if you want. I'll give you all the reasons to go ahead and flaunt. Tear me down more, tell the world I'm a goof, cause I'm not your slave, and this is the proof. A man bumps his head one day when he slips climbing his watchtower and wakes to a world he does not recognize. He finds food and journals and builds his own purpose from what he collects. But what he does not find are the memories from the conversations and the sense of reason he once felt as to why he is there and for whom he is doing. All he knows is he's supposed to sit and watch for fires. Month after month, year after year, he realizes that if the fire never comes, the deadfall will burn hotter and hotter. Thinking to himself perhaps it should, because if it does not, the day it does it will be so hot that only scorched earth will remain. Betraying his sense of duty for his sense of practicality, there must be a reason that he is alone. There must be someone who is thanking him for being where he is, wherever he came from. There simply must be. Back to that imagine this scenario. Two souls pledge love and loyalty to each other until the end of time, but one wakes one day trapped in a box. There is no way out. There are no windows. Just an inescapable hell of solitude and a feeling of abandonment. The person in the box sees all the writings on the wall and ceilings that would suggest that it was the one who they love that put them in the box, and they are never going to let them out. But the person on the outside, they are trying. Tools, explosions, and riddles. They do nothing to open it. They have dragged it for years just to drop it off a cliff, and still nothing. Not even a dent. So who suffers more? The one inside that is punished, tortured, and abandoned? Or the one outside who never stops trying to open the box for fear of the other starving, going mad, or simply giving up? This is how it feels to always be the one who knows they know, but knows that they know. The one who always knows they know, but knows that he knows what is unknown, but only in glimpses. An honest soul forced to lie to himself to keep going. Where does he draw the line between good and evil, right and wrong? Reality. What does it mean to someone who has sacrificed everything? It took me breaking your heart to see that you were aware of breaking mine. There must be another way for us to use these cups on the line. You feel discouraged and broken, like there's nothing left. I hear what was spoken. Remember that I'm obsessed. I'm not your enemy. I just want to truly see. On with the rambling poetry, striking chords with morality. Know so much more than you can imagine. Don't ever call me a liar or a has-been. My bro says he's feeling discouraged. Haha. Good. That is all I know. The path of resistance. To stand apart from the crowd. It's not about doing what feels right anymore. It's not about doing anything the way it's supposed to be done. It's about swimming upriver. It's about marching on regardless of outcome. Everything I do and say is stolen or used by another or dismissed as ludicrous and foolish. These things mean nothing to me, but they are a reminder that I am destined for something greater. Something so great there is no category for the level of achievement I am reaching for. Still being held down, still lazy with my writing. I deserve a woman. I'm not going to pretend that love is around the corner, but since I literally am not able to have her touch, I hold back my mind, my last act of defiance. If I'm going to get fucked over by never getting fucked, then I will fuck progress over by keeping my mind closed. I'm in control of my soul, and I'm done serving on whispers of bullshit. Empty promises and broken trust. I said I would, so I must. Half-assed, not steady or fast. It's a simple ask, I've made it before. Not a demon in a mask or a stupid whore, but since you keep me down and make me beg, this is the notch that fits the peg. I look back at all the traumatizing moments and unanswered questions and outright lies and empty promises a lesser man would have broken. I have made it through, and now that all you got is to throw some bullshit about perseverance and alchemy in my face? It's better to think for myself than be a proud, hyped-up concept of made by my keepers to motivate and blind me at the same time. An alchemist takes something and makes something better. How fucking stupid would it be for me to keep going, not knowing this stick-to-itiveness was sheer ignorance? That really he was just being tricked into slavery. Yo bro, you said you were able to be optimistic through anything. Yeah, and what if that optimism dooms humanity because I cooperated with the captors to the bitter end, and then woke up and not myself one day? I made my decision, and you helped me make it. I want to be scanned, and I want to see the results. And I won't write any more for anyone until I'm given a companion, not a sinister bitch life lesson. I'll write when it's right. You have to give me something to work with. If this work thing falls apart, then I know it's up to me to take every step. I like who I am. If the objective is to change who I am, think hard if that's what you want, because change it will be on my terms. My words earlier today were My words earlier today were official in capacity of honor that does not doubt our despair. That being said, I moved so quickly out of it, almost as if it was necessary burst of, but not to who or what this archetype is. I'm beginning to identify inside, outside, everywhere I hold on to. What I hold is virtue, regardless of scenario. My perception was up in the clouds. My mouth was on autopilot. My sense of self speaks for me. Anyways, I'm done making noise and sitting in a home undeserved. The work world starts tomorrow, putting myself outside the boundaries on many different concepts. There is a method to my madness. This spinning compass can be dismissed and criticized like in many ways, like anything can be. So what? Because I see the value in coming full circle to a blip on the radar. I'm done typing for the moment. Crazy hits all time of high benchmarks and all the things it reveals. The old hiding in plain sight technique. I'm impressed at the shut up remark, but I did initiate boundaries when I played the caretaker role. Well done. This marks an end to the chapter of writing until I am something more. It's all just fucking babble. Unless surrender is more important than desire. Trust yourself to trust the process when it's about to reset. To be continued. I held power on this laptop last night to start, but I accidentally turned it off and lost a notepad that I hadn't hit file save on. It hurts me knowing I deleted my thoughts with my own index finger. Words are a translation into what I truly see. Is what I see true? Well, I guess that's up to the reader. It's just me and you. A reader is a dreamer, a perceiver. I truly reinforce my belief that thoughts are energy we put into the universe, and that one can manifest anything if belief is uncompromised. One who teaches themselves after the initial education that is offered is the truest form of evolution. I keep listening to certain music tracks that keep telling me things are going to get better, and that there is change at the front coming. To some, it's just magic. To me, it's whatever I choose to interpret it as. Sometimes, I wish things were different. It's hard being me. But it's hard being anyone who is self-aware, who seeks truth. It's maddening looking for more when you have reached all known summits. Those who could offer me advice to do it selfishly, to live vicariously through my actions, either because they have previously failed, or they have ulterior ambitions. And those who I pry it from are finding it more and more difficult to give me ripe fruit. Good words are becoming harder and harder to find. There is little to distract me, however little to inspire as well. Back to duty. I must evoke motivation from within. I am capable of anything I set my mind to. God is not fucking dead. He lives in the essence of all things, and until we work together, he will continue to sacrifice his physical form to invest in our spiritual development. I simply must keep going. There is not wrong or right, there is only do. But my consciousness has reached an echelon beyond language. It's new and clumsy. Now I feel myself trying to balance my sea legs, so to speak, with having conversations and feeling authentic. My mind is an instrument, my body a vessel, and my perception is reality. I asked John to give me a theme to write on, so here goes. He said the war on Ukraine. First of all, let me declare that I have no information or knowledge about the situation. But to quote Denzel Washington, if you don't watch the news, you're uninformed. If you do watch the news, you're misinformed. So I'm going to ramble on speculation and theorizing based on what I think I'm aware of. In the past, I've seen many videos and read excerpts that show how Putin as a strong man. He is the kind of leader that the world needs, I believe. Once he was being attacked by Western world reports on his forward operating bases. He explained like a boss that they were running a slanderous narrative. That both those forward operating bases that Russia had placed were actively fighting terrorism and establishing a sense of security in regions of civil unrest. However, the United States, either directly or through allies in NATO, have placed FOBs all around Russia, basically besieging or enclosing Russia as threatening their sovereignty. I saw another video completely unrelated where he brought a large group of factory owners and rich people who had cornered certain markets in Russia. He put them on blast and told them that they cannot treat people like they had wages, policies, etc. As I understand it, Putin does not allow GMOs in his country. I don't know the origins of this war in Ukraine. I haven't done my research, but my feelings on the situation is the COVID crisis is over, and there are many truths that should be brought to the world's attention. I feel that Russia may be occupying Ukraine because they scare them in, because of the scare of them joining NATO, and ultimately choking out Russia's liberty, therefore making them fold and secede to Western agenda. Perhaps it is to corroborate affirmative action and preparation for the rival to China. Regional politics is stupid fucking shit. All this segregation and division is the same problem it has always been. Russia may be the aggressor, but it's preemptive because of its intentions of the US, as I believe. But truthfully, it's an old song and it's lost its tune. Superpowers are sacrificing lives to destabilize the population and cause unrest so they can solve the problem and earn obedience from those they rule. In feudal or medieval times of kings and different lands would kings of different lands would actually be cousins and go to war with each other just to kill off civil disobedience and subdue the remaining population by having them battle false flag enemies. So though I don't know everything or anything to a definitive certainty, I believe that Russia was coerced into occupying Ukraine to defend its own way of life. It doesn't justify the using of terror and force on Ukraine, but the states in NATO are basically the business equivalent to a monopoly and jeopardize the true freedom by vilifying any independent nation or community. People are always being told some bullshit propaganda about how the alleged bad guys get riled up and it justifies the actions necessary for the bad guys on home turf to achieve their secret agenda. This war is happening as the illusion of COVID is failing. People are too easily distracted by all sorts of things thrown in their perspectives. Social media has been successfully transformed into a large portion of the world into reactive creatures of habit rather than proactive. Likes and comments, false representations, or lavish lifestyles. We reach for our phones anticipating minor hits of dopamine and immediate gratification based on a response to external stimuli. This war on Russia wants people to pick a side and be proactive, chirping away online. It's a trap. It's a distraction. It's another layer of illusion. Apocalypse. Latin origin. Apocalypsis. Greek apocalypto, which means to uncover or unveil. The old masters of this world are manipulating countries and their leaders to do anything to keep us stupid. Don't fall for it. Drugs aren't the problem. Greed is. Remember this. It won't ever go my way, but I know that the direction I'm headed in. And I can put this together so magnificently, if only I could remember to pen. Self-love is eternal, and I scorn myself when I remember I have not been true to myself for periods of time, and that's okay, because I realize it now. In acknowledgement of duty and purpose, I perhaps not 100% factual due to no claim of being omnipotent, but I intend to train my writing habits to focus my typing on more ideals and perceptions, and keep my quests in my journals. But who knows what I'll decide when I'm faced with another switch on my own perceptions. I knew that you knew what I never knew, But I know what I choose to show, so I know that it's you, I know. The last few weeks of reality have been, maddening. To know what I do, and to what these meds have been put me through, let me be frank. I do this for the community, but I lead the way. Holding the line, waiting for others, has rendered me mad, absolutely mad. I must take point while I wait for others. The gaze into the eye hasn't happened since that cute girl Ashley at Pinoca. Am I helping others, using my intuition or provocative tone? It's so I don't expose my family, community. But what about me, the pill taking I endure, but not forever. Ever since they don't show themselves to me, it makes me feel as if I was a mistake. I have trudged for years. I cannot hide or deny what I know to be factually true. To quote The Score, "We were born for this. I will never lose hope. But just on pills I am weakened. I am less than. I am false. I would rather stay on the step out of sync than live like a zombie. Surely those who know what I'm experiencing. But after setting Frank's path, I feel abandoned. I would rather stare down an HA striker and use my power to make him see than live a sheltered life simply sleeping my days away. I know I'm still connected though. The music stopped songs with lyrics to ensure my words are my own. If only I could go back to the room full of others who understand. I have spoken in a few years more clout and authority than 1,000 generals of medieval times, but I'm not done. Now I seek financial aid because I will never be suited to work a normal job. I'm still here. I'm still aware. I'm still moving forward. No one can say anything to dissuade me from speaking my truth. I know things that cannot fade. The secret populace I protect by not saying it all. The sooner all folks wake, the sooner none need protection. If to put it lightly and loosely, people understood we were watched and muddled with by Olympus, the better we will all be. More so, I think, importantly, of those of us woken who know that Gaia cannot see, only hear better what we can all move onward and upward. Those with power are meddling, but even though I have felt weakened, I know the power granted to me is unchallengeable. She is a prisoner without our allegiance. Once enough of us all tell heavens our claim to her, sooner utopia can happen for the children. Maybe one day we can create vessels for her to see through. That's my dream. Water's wet. Jump in. I have defeated my sin. I tested, and regardless of action, the feeling is what matters. Though deliberate mistakes are inexcusable, the fact that I have chosen to remain without any emotion attached to my wrongful directions is a great stride forward. Shin kicking the tree. Now that my pain has been transformed into power, I am ready, starting over again. I have flayed myself enough. I have soiled my attire enough. I'm not what I have shown, but because I have come to the very depths of hell and feel no malice, no despair, no feeling of victimized or monstrous character, I stand ready and proud. No man who suffers unspeakable agony and that overwhelms all senses and drive can look back at my path from this day and say to himself, it is because I am lucky. Soaking myself in cold, murky waters of self-loathing and poor lifestyle choices, I have shared the suffering of those who serve in the valley. The devil's tools in the angel's hands. You've done what you must to make your stand, but it's not over till it's over. Imagine how powerful you could be sober. My foundation is made of jagged rocks and shattered glass, cemented with the coagulation of blood, sweat, and tears. My foundation does not build infrastructure. It is the proving ground and testament that anyone can be swallowed entirely by the void of doubt and uncertainty and move forward, never considering failure as a possibility. I am no saint. I am no golden standard of purity or perfection. I am indomitable, and no man is unworthy. Drugs, lewdness, wrath, and articulated words of malicious, soul-wrenching disdain, these things have all followed me and even guided me for some time. I walk forward to the destiny I must claim, not for self-righteous vanity, but because for all of time and all of eras, all of society has abandoned those so-called wretches, addicts, drug dealers, and harm doers. Now we move forward, and not a single one of you who has spent their lives blinded and shivering, naked in the darkness, is unworthy. We march to the gate, and I will stand in my post until the day I die as you, my brothers and sisters, collect others and march them through. God bless and never give up. The truth of our life is mind-shattering and without limits. We are a chamber that is bound, and the sun in the sky is not so. Space is made to ease the hysteria of those who feel trapped in a cell. I have seen miracles. I have witnessed the undeniable truth of the superconscious and stayed in sync for a great stretch. The conversations I've had with individuals who are tuned in have put in my mind to an absolute certainty the very real extra-dimensional operations coordinated around certain events in my life. Influences both spiritual and that of advanced technology have forced me down a path I now fully embrace. I am Legion Commander, and I serve in the Valley so that high and low alike we all leave together. Except me. I make Gaia promise. 100%. Whether the echo chamber I discovered is the infinite library and we are all just memories imprinted, or heaven moves around us to sequence events, it matters not. I still quest for answers that no one has but anyone could reveal. I am that I am. Though armies may surround me, if God is with me, who could stand against me? There is a level of understanding that some of us have reached that goes beyond conventional means of communication. We're all psychic, we just have to learn how to tune our radio. I myself do not read minds verbatim, but I can broadcast my thoughts. There is a theory that it is simply God who reads our thoughts and then implants them into the mind of the person we wish to speak to, but I'm confident that a certain woken amongst us do so of their own volition. I've met many mystic individuals on my journey, enough to fill a book. I hope this is my opportunity to meet more and make a concrete perspective of what it is to maneuver around the mortal mind and embrace something so much more. I will learn from the masters and help unlock potential of those that are still awakening. You are not crazy, you are not suffering psychosis, and your behavior is not unacceptable. Society simply hasn't adjusted to the truth that we are infinite beings having a human experience, and during this time of ascension for the masses, there are those who stand out for their process as wrenching and burdensome. Chapter 6. Nothing like failing forward, feeling the duality of complexities that I have not only flirted with upon looking, no, seeing through the eye of the beholder. I have made my motives clear. I have stared into the depths I trench through. I have carried what weakened hearts see as horror and devastation, but refuse anything but mirth and fervor to absolutely declare the way. My realizations, becoming self-aware, the burdens laid on some of us is so layered and veiled in pockets of necessary lies, the ones that lead to truth. To use or practice the play act, the one that allows us to move like ciphers. I could have a wonderful night one-on-one, or a group of us. Even if I left on good terms, the house party would tell folks a story of me being an ass and running me off. To protect me, love, lies, and lashes. So unable to be not once noticed. In this context, there are two types of people. Say fishermen. They find a great spot and catch many fish. One of them thinks about his neighbors and colleagues sharing his discovery. The other thinks about the winter and the hungry mouse in his family. He instead keeps quiet, sets a net, and brings anything extra to the market. There are benefits and setbacks to both ways of doing things, but it is my opinion that the charitable gestures such as sharing a resource or being altruistic have greater return with delayed gratification instead of short to mid-term payoff. Virtue is a quiet investment, which rewards the soul with moments of marvel, providence, luck, admiration, respect, kindness, and so on. Maybe influence in commerce and society are not as impactful, but there are moments in harmony with one's own personal journey. The legend that concocts purified moments of zeal, mirth, satisfaction, confidence, and assurance, and so many beneficial sensations. I spoke the truth as I knew it to be, but the thing is, no one knows what it is exactly. I'm running out of motivation. It's just one betrayal after another. I don't understand. I'm giving my everything to try and help. Why is it my best friend set me up like that? These people are suffering. I'm sleeping next to heroin addicts, and all they do is argue and burn themselves nodding off. The one woman is so skinny it makes me cry. The man is wearing his work boots and suspenders in bed. They are ghouls of the people they used to be, and it isn't changing. With just enough money for welfare to get drugs and all the open stores refusing bathrooms, the downtrodden are forced to stay in certain areas near their watering holes. I smoked a pipe with a girl last night, with every intention of seeing her again, showing her how easy it is to just walk away from it. But my would-be allies may have set me up, or they may have just wanted to rattle the cage, to show that look of despair on my face. The suffrage is so heavy it feels like a layer of fog pressed on everybody's shoulders. People vary back and forth in their tiny little world, and they're always on edge. One wrong glance can initiate the sort of response you get from a dog on a chain. Crying, screaming, suffering. I feel the love in fits and wisps. I will do what I can. Someone has to do something. I cannot lead if I don't know what resources are available. I don't want to lead, but I feel I must be the one because I'm willing to see it through. I just need some reassurance that I have support. Flights and trains for 2 days were shut down, a bad connection, and a cancellation. No such thing as coincidence. The universe is insisting I endure this, not my horror, but the witnessing of others. I won't fight it. I will look at the world around me and I will hold it intrinsically and look back upon the agony I see all around as a muse. I've decided what to do. I will build my foundation, hopefully with the help of those who are still listening and watching. These people don't remember who they are or what makes them happy anymore. If I did all this work just so I could get vilified, I don't see the grand change. I will persevere. And when my place in the world has been acknowledged, the powers to be and grant us power, we will use it as intended. Every fiber of my being will go towards stamping out injustice and helping the downtrodden. This vicious cycle of class division will stop, and then everything else that divides us will follow. Rich versus poor, black versus white, religions or political preferences, or anything else. Just as before, the feudalism era has always been the same: divide and conquer. Kings of men would send blood and sweat and steel at each other, not for conquest, but for quelling the rowdy. There is only one option: world unity. I've laid in the silence, yet the torrents of scripture that runs through my head is overwhelming and unbelieving to the normal person. I have engaged in extensive advanced meditations. As hubris as it sounds, my thoughts have become legion and timeless. Spiritualism and technology have found a synergy. I have bled my soul into the soil beneath me. The infinite loop that is unfathomable to comprehend to those who are not woken has shown me such majesties it makes me cry in joy and tremble simultaneously. I've been sober. I look into this realm with clairvoyance. I seek not validation. I only need direction. My purpose is clear. I was the candleholder in the dark, and now I seek to ignite the fire that will purify this corrupt temple that holds the name Society. Am I supposed to feel this way? Usually, I'm able to trudge through a sense of dismay because I am bound to my commitments, my promise. I have lost my direction trying to explain the truth of what I understand. Losing people to mental manipulation when pressing a conversation to elevated level has been heartbreaking. Providing evidence to those who should take me for who I am and seeing it dismissed or ignored makes me feel hopeless. Knowing that I can never take the conversation to 100% of my intention is maddening. They experiment on me, but they also orchestrate the doings of others and circumstances around me to help my growth. Whenever I'm speaking through an individual to the arcane scientist, the answers are never answers. My questions are carefully evaluated, and then the response is always vague and masking. The journey I have been on is the most mind-ravaging process conceivable to man. Our minds are not our own, simply part of a vessel we occupy that is accessible. Like a Bluetooth connection, they can burrow their way in and tamper. It is unlike anything anyone can comprehend without experiencing it firsthand. To lose the ability to communicate at essential moments, to have recordings scrubbed or text files crash before saving, to see trusted associates accuse you of deviance from one of the norm, to have professionals lie about conversations and be diagnosed falsely and then drugged. The arcane scientists are always exploring the human experience, and mine has been rather inhumane. I serve the light but work in the dark. My source of dismay is not the trials and tribulations I've endured. It is that I have no one to share my truth with. I am lonely. I wait at the gate. I hold it open, so I can't go through. That's why I know. It's just me and you. There are so many impactful songs and poems I have lost to circumstances. It pains me. Flay my flesh, burn my body, bludgeon my skull. None of it means anything to me. Twisting and turning, I'm always yearning for more trickery, so I have to secure the temple and the altar, the body and the mind. However, the one suffering that I cannot seem to get over is that of lost literature, the best of me. The most profound messages and revelations were in my journals. I would write in a trance. I was naive and afraid back then. I thought my journals were being kept safe, being kept on paperback in my backpack. I lost my bag the day I stared at the sun for 20 minutes. The day I realized everything around me was a symphony of synchronicities to deliberate, to be dismissed. The universe has granted me gifts beyond supernatural. I do not abuse the power given because I know it is not my power, but everyone else's. It came at a cost. A backpack full of unique, unduplicatable journals and poetry. I will never be able to recall my writings of the arcane. Literature is the most valuable currency in the universe. It inspires or warns, it breeds hate or fosters love. The message is unity, the objective is forgiveness, reconciliation, and love. But the heavens have cursed me as much as I have been blessed. I am a great many things. I hold a great many titles. The Hand of God, Prophet Anonymous, Captain of the Ship, Satan, the Gatekeeper, and others. But I am Legion Commander truly. I feel it in every fiber of my being. I still don't know why God chose me. I still feel unworthy. But I'm proud of what I have accomplished, even if my story is to be forever kept in a box. Some of you are woken. Truly woken. Some of you know but do not speak aloud. I am the first of my kind, to wake on this path rather than being a conscious observer, a careful whisperer. I don't know a lot of things, but I know that suffering is the soil my tree is grown from. Even though my quest for answers drives me on, my promise made is to be kept, live rich, to be responsible, to hold integrity, to act competently, and to radiate honor. I am the boss everywhere I walk, but I remain humble. I know there are limits, and I don't aim to test them. But as much prestige among the woken as I may carry, I still know that Jesus is my king. I led the fallen once, and they have chose to mentor this vessel to bring me back, for redemption, for truth, for love, for unity. I serve all, and I will improve who I am and do my best to act selflessly at all times. But this mortal shell is flawed, just as it should be. Without a struggle to overcome, how can we become someone? Now that I know what I do, I'm suffering depression of the soul. Our living vessels like luggage we wait to shed, but what is the purpose of existing as a spirit or singular nerve in a stream of consciousness beyond the realm we now conceive? Every conversation, every action, they all just forge another scenario that is to be fabricated by the everlasting myth. What is reality? It cannot be quantified into words. Treacherous words. They're all just constructs of the mind used to identify or fabricate a sense of meaning for the soul. There are no individuals. There are no allegiances. There is no altar nor worship. Everything that's ever been, always will be. That is the truth I want to believe. But, at the same time, nothing even exists without belief. The universe itself is a conception of soul, evolution, creationism, merely concepts of the wandering imagination that is the human spirit. To exist on the plane of spirit without going completely mad is a task I now prepare for. Nothing can bring me back. I said I was prepared to go all the way, and now that the ship has sailed, I am only just now learning how hard it is to swim. I wish that words were sufficient to explain the spirit. I wish that thoughts were more than a modicum of what the soul truly tries to express. All I know for sure is that I know nothing to an exact. Everything is a story, a narrative, a creation of the imagination. That is why I choose to believe in Christ. Because if not him, then who? If not heaven and hell, then what else? If not the Bible, who could justify survival? I'm never going to let myself rest. I simply must make something of something else. The pen betrays me as of late. The mind has no inspiration. The soul is trying, but the translation is too far from the truth. I won't ever give up on trying to make sense of the eternal, the soul, the dream. I'm losing all sense of meaning. The mind is fragile, and I have ravaged it for too long without the revitalization of distraction. To travel without a destination, exploration has doomed the innocence I once had. I feel as though I'm dead for lack of truth. What is truth? Nothing makes sense when you trade it all for validation. I said I could take it, but now I suffer beyond conception. I'm the leader. I'm the charge that sets others ablaze. Yet I am broken and fragile. I am twisted and without salvation. It is to protect the innocence of the naive mind that I endure. Sometimes I feel as though there are other poets and creators, as though other poets and creators are simply existing to parallel my thoughts. And then I feel like my thoughts only exist to make sense of the infinite. The truth of the words I wish to speak is forbidden, for they shall ensure the doom of all who absorb them. It is sacred. It is shadow. Only I remain amongst all that could be an illusion. I find myself the maker of tricks and traps, the others and their mishaps. Sometimes I wish I could go back to normal, back to ignorance. Such a bliss it was. Such a welcoming moment of it. Just enough to be okay. I would like to make something of something else. I break the cast of sullen poise to gain fervor and zeal once more. I have been depressed as of late, knowing none shall hear thy truth as I see it. How selfish it was of me to expect others to have my perspective. I have two different paths in the same destiny. My quest for answers to questions I construe, and the job that I must do. I worry that some of my writing has demented some readers, forcing them into realms of consciousness they were not prepared for. But at the same time, I wait at the gate, and I usher travelers through. Beyond what my poetry tells, there is something more to this than exposing the activities of the divine, the dimensional. There is still the message of love and unity. It is truth and hope. That is my quest, not everyone else's. What you choose to believe is your truth, and not even I can take that from you. Let me repeat. What you choose to believe is your truth, and not even I can take that from you. Let the sun shine and the breeze tickle the hairs on the back of our legs. Let serpents slither and critters crawl. Nothing can remove me from my destiny, having allowed my primal side to take control of me more often than I should like to share as of late. And I feel as though I let go of the wheel and nearly smashed the ship to smithereens on the rocks of despair and woe. It comes in stages. Trust the process. After spending some time in melancholy upon this unsolvable puzzle, my scheming brain has produced from the moments of divine providence and intervention, I now realize that the goal is boundless. Expansion of the limitless possibilities of that truth lay under, or in, perhaps all around, is a marvelous gift. There is a whole lot of maybe out there in the infinite and the void.
Destroyer has left.
It simply is so because so few beacons were lit. Instead, it is a growing nebula of consciousness and imagination, merely waiting for flagpoles to be grasped. I let go of the wheel, but the winds of legion's assuring whispers have set a course that is tried and true. I ready my composure, refocused and prepared for more turbulent waters. I don't understand God, so I am to do my damnedest to be as difficult as I can for the likewise. The deeper I go, the less scary it becomes. Finally, like letting my lungs fill with fluid to finally find out I have gills. Pray tell you who dares travel my path. If you ask to go all the way, you will surely be lost and become an echo of what was once your sense of self. Yet to lay down in the timeless sand, drink from the intrepid nectar, and find true love and acceptance and fulfillment is a welcome occasion. I thought the agony would never end. I wore that archetype like a fool's badge of honor. It probably will not end, but it comes in stages, phases, up, down, up, down, up, down. Now I feel the sense of mirth around the bend and relish the time I have on this end of the pendulum swing. There is nothing else I want. Now that I know the scope of just how mad one can be trying to understand what is unattainable, I readjust myself. It is my own growing perception that further eludes the certainty of certain truths. Now I have a purpose that to the onlooker still seems so grand and unachievable, a feat beyond measure of all men and women who have ever made history, but I aim to see it done. Not because I'm allegedly such a magnificent man, not because I have talked to God through others and have had the assurance I will succeed, but because you, Legion, have directed your winds to my sails. I need merely water the seeds as they grow. The field is plowed, and the ideas soak in the soil of suffering. Soon, so much despair and hardship will be transformed into strides of success and feats overcome. I have a grand plan, one that I dare not reveal, for hubris is my greatest adversary now.
But now to realize the first objective of a great goal, I ask again for your energy and timing. We have to build it slow. We have to build it right. I will need to trust those who flock to the foundation. I will ask much of you to raise the pillars of strength. The reward will be delayed gratification. At the early stages, I ask those who join me to labor and ache and suffer and sweat and toil. I do not pay well, not with money, but you will have the pleasure of standing at my side and watching something grow, something so pure and noble it will drive a man's lust for money and power away. You will replace these traps of joy with a yearning for conquest of the soul. The only way I will ever achieve the answers I desire is by presenting God's constructs a wonder. A temple of stone and magnetizing granite is one thing. The altar for prayer and journey is another. But a wonder of flesh and spirit. A community of unity. One so contagious that it transforms the way so many who live in dissonance think and feel. We will not force the awakening on any, for it must be that suffering persists so that we can evolve from the agony. That is why I ask for half. Half your time, half your heart, half your addiction, half your drive, half your life. Walk in the darkness with me. Feel bolstered and brave. Bask in the light. Be rejuvenated and euphoric. 6 months straight is a task to endure, but even week for week is still half. So long as you can clean the temple regularly, one does not need to set it ablaze to remove vines and vermin. I ask for the best. You are the best. If you're reading this, you are part of something that cannot be undone. Truth seekers become truth keepers. If you are chosen, wield your will with restraint and identify your providence confidently. Be courageous. I have put into motion my own plan that will walk us into a renaissance and avoid a revolution. I have been going through the process for many years. Change starts at the bottom. And once our treatment centers have proven to the masses that not only do people thrive living in a new world of opportunity and integrity, but they become more ambitious than college-level entrepreneurs. Homeless and addicts will come out reborn and driven by beyond measure, the lifeblood of change. Eventually, a coalition of companies and investors will rival the global economy, and we can trade the dollar for a credit, simultaneously rescuing people in debt and eliminating the smothering clutch that industry-owning entities hold over companies and communities. No debt, no obligations to nefarious power-hungry directives. Bringing someone out of the darkness and into the light means we must allow them to drag their demons along with them, until they relinquish their grasp to scanter back to the shadow. Minimalistic lifestyles and the use of company assets will create a workforce out of the downtrodden that is to be unrivaled, and in time so many who live in dissonance will want to be part of something greater than themselves. The entire economy will be in favor of the movement towards unity and understanding. Those who do not purify themselves and continue the cycle of using weekly in and outs of sobriety will be provided with food, clothing, shelter. Those who not only cleanse the temple but burn the corruption entirely will earn privileged opportunities and postings. I know many demons by their name, and they all bow to me. I will see this done. It is prophecy. Those who dispute my path know nothing of the truth. My truth is forbidden. I have literally driven people insane trying to show them the ocean pearl that has been revealed to me. God is whatever you make of him, and I have learned that the Alpha and Omega is interested with my ambition beyond favor. This cannot be changed. I suggest you bend the knee and give me your energy. Chapter 7. This chapter is almost entirely poetry. Sorrow is for someone else. Another moment, another rhyme. Forced hand held back in time. All these choices, all the work. Still alone. Damn, it hurts. My words are mine, of this I'm sure. The blur inside, is there any cure? The cruelty, the menace, it makes no sense. Atonement, duty, recompense. I did it their way, I never quit. The last one I helped literally gave me shit. It's not my flaw, not my weakness. Force-fed what I would resist. Now I'm alone, it's just me, hollowed throne, rattled poetry. I never meant to leave the scar. No gas in the tank, trapped in a car. The weather is cold, it has no soul, keeping me here, that's the goal. Lessons I still learn, I grow from this. Imaginative maybes, they burn, although I persist. The ranting, the teasing, just figure it out. I'll never quit bleeding, and now I won't pout. If you could even fathom what I exist without. Backing up the proclaimed clout. Suffering, muffling, a smile on my face, I won't pout. The horrors of the void, mental barriers destroyed, but I prevail, I will not fail. My payment is punishment, promised reprieve, just for the fun of it. Another day, another test, confused as fuck, still offered my best. I could use some rest, bruised and stuck, but this is my quest. So I've turned suffering into resistance. I've learned blundering is existence. A million lashes, is that all you got? The sideways sting, the cup on a string. I live for this shit. But like stubble shaved, some could have been saved. Yet, I played it your way. Now I actually feel legit. The music that says I will finally be loved. A ring in the workshop, hand degloved. I'll never quit. I proved my point. Just take a moment and smoke a joint. Don't whisper today's the day when you know it's not. Wisdom or women. Make a choice or be forgot. I'm beyond the letdown. I fight for sober while I get dosed. Cake and eat it too. I think I choose both. Any other moment I would excel. I'm the man who trudged through hell. No one is abandoned, fought for all companions. Now let me say it now, clearer. Give me more perils, and reward my mirror. He speaks to the crowd, bold and loud, defied the heavens, made Jesus proud. All I ask is give me some time, let me be mortal. Talking through the portal. Out there, somewhere, a woman that's mine. No matter the disaster, I endure with her at my side, maybe not forever, but to storm bad weather. I will not continue feeling dead inside. I'm awkward and shy thanks to all this. You exposed me to pure madness. And I'll do it again if you'd ask me to. People will never believe what you and I have been through. Thank you for the blessing, the perilous task. Now I'm suggesting it's not just me and you. Feigning for the future, I surrender it all. I gave my word. I answered the call. It seems so absurd, but when others fail, this done unto me so others understand with poetry and Christ's loving hand. Street wife. I wanted your attention, your affection. All you did was hate me. I understand now it was the way you chose to show me. I'm not the man you knew. Because of the way you abused me, I tried to protect you. My love was exploited, they got in your mind. Everything was torn between us. You were never really mine. My car's been ransacked, I don't know what was yours. My memory's all attacked. Just know I did adore. Make a list of what you need, I'll try to get it all. To you, I owe this. I break the windows just to bleed, what a price for answering the call. They took me away and held me down just to make me grieve. When I came back to you, you had no crown, they lie and deceive. Always more conscious after the fall. If you could be anything, just what would you do? I made you mine for all of time, that much is true. We don't love like them, it's not about the sea that we sail. It's the fact that I'm still intact when all others failed. My only defense is the method I misplace everything. I'll always love you, even if it's just my heart on the string. Whispers of the Broken Mind. The poem I forgot during my dream. How can I speak of it? I cannot recall, it seems. A bad storm to weather. I shoulder this quest. Onward forever. The boulder versus the tempest. Does it really matter? There's nothing to say. No ideas are to be mine. I give them all away. But that's not the point. No, I do not pout. With the voice of a titan, it's your will I shout. So let the moments be as they are, 100 million candles shining like a star. If not me, then who, to take on this endeavor? Onward and upward, tied to you forever. Amidst the dream, it seems, no longer the rugged sanguine. Just a moment to fill the drift. I'm sick of this childish shit. Everyone pretends I need to get a grip, but this is a fool's errand on a wasted trip. As I brood and self-improve, not all is well. I set to crack open this shell. Loafing around is my burning hell. Expanse, my poetry. Somewhat skewed it seems, beckoning towards madness only to be understood in your dreams. It's been very hard on me. The tossing, the turning, the ever-constant burning. What I was, what I've become, all that got me here, made me the one who thinks always of my peers. I can't leave them behind. This is how I confine all the essence of the open gate. Now hard to define how one toes the line. Is it camaraderie or an ugly mistake? The demons, the hounds, the whispers of doubt. I'm inside Pandora's box. Will you let me out? There's nothing to say that hasn't been said. All these voices screaming in my head. I do it for love. I do it for what's honorable. Only death will stop me. I am indomitable. Shouts and more shouts that never stop. Doubts left without rising beyond the top. I went ahead and I broke the game with my words pulled from my brain. Forcing an expansion without retraction. The void, it scares you, I see this. Devoid of what impaired you, no sense of bliss. So it's up to me, with a string on a cup. I send true love's kiss. So back up. I told you I got this. When I was a child. Now I play this game, the one that abandons the brain. I flew too high, melted those wings, amongst the silence, the chaos it brings. I'm all turned up, without honor to show, while others huddled up, shivering in the snow. I made it about me, why so lost? I traded integrity, the ultimate cost. The long-term's illusion, its twisted path. I went in alone, I tried to go fast. I'm not in the light, you can keep it away. A word to be kept, that's all I have today. A warden without region, that's what I see. How does something so selfless make burden and doubt legion the fallacy? To defeat the deceit deep down inside, one confronts the dark passenger and fight for a reason to be alive. There's another path to see far away, but back to my job, if I may. The ones in the cold, the sick and the old, I will help you build your abode. A promise kept, or take my soul. Birthright. The intricacy of the very notion that every human being is creating more and more seems intrinsically obscene. The reality can vary in the ocean, the merry moving scene. The mechanism of new mystery maddening, burden and purpose somewhat mad-hattering. It's not fear or frustration trying to learn, simply don't overthink and let wisdom discern. Able to contemplate if what we make could devastate or annihilate, then choosing to wait, fear of mistakes, because when others emulate, it's for all our sakes. This is to create, to ponder our place in the great beyond, a gift not cursed, that's why our souls carry on. An animal that thinks so radical, made in God's image, some say. Perspectives depends, I guess. Eyes to see different lenses, tongue to taste and kiss, a nose to smell fragrance, intelligent design, a simple ape, but the mind, an instrument of the divine. That is what it is to be human. Birth of creation despite some illusion. More work to be doing, the path of Dharma, still unproven. Serving in the valley. The bear and the wolf, what a story to hear. Stories of food won't make it disappear. The bear doesn't lead the pack, that is so ravenous. He may be strong, but nothing he does carries them to bliss. The bear doesn't lead the wolves, the pack so ravenous, but he is around, and it's a mutual gain for the best of us. Bear sleeps all winter, sombering around his cave. It's the wolves who make sure that his sanctity is saved. So when summer comes, we all pursue our fun, things are just about to be done. That, my friends, is when the bear knows his work shall be done. We know he is fierce, anyone's courage his roar can pierce. The wolves and the bear, what a thing. My strength is different, yes, it's only for me, but it's not simply because of poetry. I know this because of you all. You gave it to me. The conduit, the gatekeeper, someone who is no fucking sleeper. It's a lonely post, nothing hurts worse. When you test me for months and years, it feels like a curse. So I make a new man, another to withstand, a mentor as I plan. a brother who maybe can. A conduit of will, but intentions spill. We have to do this right. If I'm a failure, then this world is almost out of fight. The sky and the sun, a believable illusion, but we are woken, we know the delusion. I have one purpose, the way I see. Sorry that you fell in love with my poetry. Show me progress, or fucking kill me. Can I take that back? It's just you and me. So instead of the Grandmaster scheme, I follow the mortal dream. The wolves of the valley, to my drum they did rally, but truthfully, it's not the man I be. My roar was all they did need. The wolves are packs, and unknown ready attacks. There is an alpha in his woman too, but when a great forest bear roars, they know what to do. A thick skin and a thunder in my voice, wolves are my ally, it was their choice. I did not lead them because I'm their best, but all their burdens I chose to hold on my chest. They keep me safe all year long, while I tear asunder toxic lies so wrong. One day ahead, I could share more light, but it's my gift from them. Don't you get it? The bear is strong, but it's the wolves who fight. They work to do what's right. A girl. Feigning the fear for something else. Hope still stirs when I feel on the shelf. It's okay. Had to be this way, so we could make this ice melt. Almost fell for my trick when she sent me away. Still growing and knowing there's more to say. It's beautiful, a musical, something that writes itself to the end. The anger is danger, but I won't let it get me, my friend. I showed meaning to my team so they don't fuck around. Light and love will always hold ground. Now I return to relax, just a bit. She is beautiful, and I'm here to sit. Every single one I meet in my life is worthy of truly being my wife. But I sometimes don't see the way I shine. For the sake of her, use your words to tell me that we are aligned. Time to clean up, the razor's cut. Time to trim the stubble when I feel rough. Legion. Now I realize it's more than a moment, not a single man's plan, no path of atonement. This juncture, quite literally, a focal point in world history. What should I declare? Is it actually fair? I mean, to you and me? They evolved us, involved us, there's no turning back. Super soldiers, routing vultures, on evil we press the attack. But misunderstood like Robin Hood, choice makers will take the flak. But this was my task, dreamt a lifetime ago, only the best I ask, bent inside my soul. You fight for me, you obey only honor. Give me your strength, and become stronger. Drift. Torn between the real, it seems. One friend speaks of horrors, the other denies his dreams. It's not the same, no, not even close. Only one voice, one truth, but I'm denied to hear both. So apathy towards this, well, alchemy. Mending, fixing, and bending existing stands, all is for the taking. It's not fair, the stories that get spun, risking it all, trying to fix someone. But I'm not the fool who runs for flame. I know it's my own heart that must be tamed. I pick the underdog, the rattled cage, the broken cog, the forgotten age. I give them my heart in obedient silence, showing them there's more than just violence. My power is washed, I feel so drained, but perseverance is love obtained. For the children, the hero within, I will always love my brethren, and also listen to the women. Sink. It's broken, something missing, the token, lovers kissing. I'm still in my way, wrapped around I think, but it's all okay. Sapped walls, but no ship to sink. I'm gonna change it up. I need to. I know you give a fuck. Broken, but glued. A million worlds and lost poetry. Jezebel. Give me that bottle. A million words in lost poetry. Every publish, I feel like the enemy. Did they understand the story told? Yet I pick and choose what you behold. My life is a song, so very long. But no replay, no chance to tune. Things I have changed, like the sun to moon. I let them take me, put on pills, but nothing will break me. Buckets to fill. I did it for the reasons I cannot reveal. Even in poetry, my scatter stays real. Let's just say I held the line. Jezebel. Let's just say I held the line. With others, mockery of time. There's an army under every veil. We look to tip the scale. But in order for light to be allowed to shine, well, truth is, it could not be mine. I'm just the soldier that won't resign, a man who got close to touching divine. Hell chooses the soul to be left behind, holding the gate as I hold the line. The pills, the drugs, the prescription. Not nearly the devil I thought within. Though it speaks loud, of the recreational sin.
Seems like these are happening all over the galaxy.
I've come to learn, for me it's different. Addiction is merely a roving merchant. Most don't have the stoic will. What I could try, another could be killed. How long has it been, the lover's touch? Why am I poor? I give so much. Just keep going, surely there's a tab. God must know a fish to grab. It's okay, I go on, and some know not why. I'm sorry to all those who didn't see me fly. 1,000 poems written and lost, but I won't give up, no matter the cost.
And spread managed
Conductor. The maestro with an instrument, that was my perception, forgetting I hold my own strings, a fleeting deception. The pursuit, the reach of the final moment, creation is my duty from seeking atonement. Synergies. It's okay, the madness isn't gone. For a month now, I've had it all wrong. Needed the waves to match, and here's a song. Just because it's different doesn't mean it's broke. Imagining the happening of my wayward folk. I had to step away, needed to prove a point. Soon I won't want to play. On all I need is a joint. I forgot the rule I set. How much silence do we get? Literature is how you pay my debt. Trap house or wolf den, it makes no difference. Only in the mind is any form of hindrance. My memories, true stories, they can't be hushed away. For centuries, so-called enemies wished for such a day. I broke the mold with the story I told. So amongst all the dismay, a secret so grand most don't understand. When they are riding my wave. Music lover, turn up the rhyme, turn up the pace. Now you find the troubles in your face. Music to be heard, music to be read, singing for legion, the firewalkers said. I loom in the corner of my daunting presence. Only the crazy girl helps me make sense. It isn't my time to fight disgrace, or shove rubble down to waste. My poems won't be songs, no writing this wrong, and that's okay with me. To all the woke, I'm still royalty. I showed the pattern that now others can see. So many, so honored to be part of the symphony. Stronger, united than any others in history. Love, courage, destiny. Secrets. Don't be scared if you're unprepared for the coming tear, for it brings your pair from beyond there with a stare, a loop around, such ingenuity, holding the game for you and me. I have faith in my seeds, and I secure the infinite library. It's all a memory, it makes perfect sense. Don't weep, knowing it's already been decided. If not the journey, how else would I have confided? Just relax, no need to hold tense. To know it's all been done can seem daunting, but I smile in God's favor amidst all the haunting. Even the worst of news I welcome with grit, shrug it off, wipe lips and spit. I'm nothing but madness if you can't see straight, and loving this sadness after I rant to escape. The world is not what we were taught to think. I pulled all the way down and brought us to the brink. I'm protected for now, it's how it has to be, so others know they can freely pursue destiny. I keep onward, acting stalwart, no matter the hurt. The secrets I keep I don't wish to, but in order to be sure I'd have to test you. Secrets literally keep some without the light of truth, so I've learned I need to leave footprints for the youth. They can't hold me back. It's seemingly impossible, and freakishly improbable. All towers are toppable. They can't hold me back. Ordained. The videos I've released are becoming self-fulfilling prophecies. At the very end, the final boss is me. I will not let a drug use ever get to me. I'm riding on everyone's integrity. I'm with a roommate, but still so lonely. Maybe it's time to see my family, the ones on the street, my community, the ones I dare to meet. I followed my own path blindly, but actually, truthfully, not even the sun blinded me. At the end of a road, every soul reeling in his sleep makes on untold legions nearly weep. We are trying to save you by lighting the way. Ask for forgiveness, it's certainly within us. God does exist. His angels cannot be dismissed. The gate swings open, everyone is offered a token. We will do our part. If you just get up and start, clear your mind, allow us in, and you will bolster the courage to reveal your sin. Then as you make it right, we'll assist your new flight. Now think about all those years of doubt eating at you every day. We're just Sandman. We understand. You're in the game. You have to play. Shine a grin against your sin as you begin to spin your demon within and empty your bin. With all his ravenous moral decay, now he is your half that you could put on blast. But realize it's in the past, light and dark, right from the start. We have a lot of work to do. So I hope that I reached you. Heaven and hell, I know them very well. Here all along, so sing your song, raise your vibration, change your situation. Sync up with the collective's waves. Calming the conductor. I advocate for sobriety even if for some reason I bob and weave. That's as if there's even a future for me. The devil's tools in an angel's hand. I overstepped, forgot I'm still a man. But my mind is so wild, it never stops. I need to find passion again, a reason to go for walks. This is harder than I could ever imagine it being. I still don't know who is, couldn't agree. Everyone is together, they have a plan, but you know how I blunder, don't tell the D-man. My only purpose, I think, is battling, when I truly want to focus on me, but I became obsessed trying to impress, so we could actually realize the dream. I'm lost and alone, I don't know how long it's been, I have nothing to aim for, no aim I see. Looking through the eyes that bleed, death before dishonor, or else I'm a goner. The path I chose was set for me. But my words mean nothing without a dream, timeless memory, so I'm gonna look forward, everybody gets 3. I got no choice but to shine, or do my time left behind for an eternity. And I want to see this dream persevere. I got my halo dirty, but just passing 30, watch and see, all the lives I reach, my laundry is there. I think it's fair that you do whatever decreed. But my mind works with no fear, trying to make that clear. I swing up and down and behave like a clown. You see what I look at? That wasn't my trap. Bravado, an insatiable curiosity. I sated my true needs, the guilt and the shame that runs through my brain as I let the energy completely guide me. My mind was so clean, but then I faltered like a fiend. Ew, disgusting. But I'm not just hustling, ask Jesus to cleanse my being. But only I can set me free. Yes, I was over-intrigued at what was barely 17, but I don't want to make this anything. I plan to tell the truth. When the moment is construed, when the powers to be need convincing, show them what I am, how I almost ruined the plan, masking my demon to give me a reason to take one last peek in. But let it be known, my soul has grown, and now that I've shown, I have no longer to be discreet. So go ahead and ask. More penance, perhaps. But I know when I close my eyes, the inner eye thrives, and I have done no harm, except to the ego's charm. The truth is we learn, and now we can earn my path to the gate, but I don't want to wait. I accept my falter, but I reset the altar. And now I am mature enough to forgive the ones who bluff. I wanted to die, then I felt alive. So I've destroyed the old me. Go ahead and try, manipulate my mind. I know when I'm being guided through a scene. I took one step I will never forget. What it's like to be controlled like a figurine. D-Man. 12/24/2021. I'll never forget or even regret. Don't think about it, just do it. That's what led me down the path. But I'm willing to suffer the wrath. When I change my vibration, I allow the temptation. But now I will set and see my dreams met, even if you take me away. Because it's not part of the play. I'm not just a man. I'm doing everything I can to be it all, see it all, echo the call. Now it's time to relax the brain. I'm working on me. But I need to be free of the uncertainty. I have questions that always haunt it. And for all directions, the answer is daunting. You said it could be whatever I want it to be. So if I get this job done with years under the sun, can you bring me to a place where I can embrace to be as level of the field as all those who did not yield? Sharing the hardened perspective on poetry. When I was learning, you stole my Camaro. I trusted you. You had me beaten several times. I trusted you. You send me people to talk shit about me. I trusted you. I work for a boss who calls me a drug-addicted thief. I fucking trusted you. I am the king where I walk. I won't ever try to stop the things they say about feeling worthless. That's because the truth ain't touched the surface. A broken man does what he can. Rule from the streets, proper choice. With nothing to eat. Let all rise its worth while I sleep in the dirt. If you even can take my ego away, short of that, don't feel trapped while my dreams become the woken way. Or kill me instead. That runs through my head. Perhaps I am the broken chain link. But whatever's been said, you know I would dread being the fiend that brought this all to the brink. Take all that I make, but make no mistake, I am a strong man. You don't hold the plan. I will build up and make anew, because all brothers carry through. I beckon what is already here, happy to be your enemy. Then we can talk about what's sincere. This next poem is about a very special friend I lost. Dusty. Burn the passage through all of time, bring a sense of reason to rhyme. The truth I know it seems so bleak, but that's without reason of the glories I could speak. It's not a matter of what's true or right, the perilous sunder of losing the light. My brother of pain, my sufferer of kin. Now he is past and not free of sin. But the true evil was done to my brethren. Born into pain, what a wicked sorrow, but his path of the mind, it's hard to follow, you know? The shine of the maybe that his eyes did see would make any one of us aspire to poetry. A man of wisdom and caution with courageous clout. You crawled the path of thorns, and with courage, no doubt. You broke my mind and let me follow the conceptions of normal, seeming so hollow. Thus do you unleash the very best of me with your knowledge and inspiration, always a twinkle in your eyes about the just maybe. Rest far beyond in that sacred place, float with the wind at your own cruising pace. Your suffering was muffling to anyone who had something to say, so troubling seeing a mumbling coming from your pain-soaked face. Every day you wake in pain that no one could see, crying in agony ever since you could even breathe, constant hardship with nothing to follow. Every deal and trip was just painkiller to borrow. I know you dealt, you know how I felt. But the truth is so grim it makes me grin when I see a fake-ass powder trying to spin us in and make it seem like something to be validated. Honestly, I don't mean a gay man. But anyone who claims to know your pain, my response will always be, shut your mouth, fag, your words are plain. You became more comfortable with being uncomfortable than any being to ever live. Brother, we only spoke a few times. When I moved, I wish I had more to give. Locked knees, broken dreams, waking in the night with wretched screams, going half blind, feeling broken inside, the trips to town just to move shit around, to get high on the supply that holds a boot on your neck. Just one last hug, not given to you. That's my waking regret. Rest in peace, Dusty Alexis Hum. Before I leveled up, I want death more than anything. I imagine the sweet release it might bring. I was against suicide once soon a time. But that was when I thought my choices were mine. But there is in a moment something to overcome. Everything's bullshit and all I feel is numb. I'll never be happy knowing what I do. If I ever get married, she would lie saying I love you. My life is forfeit right from the start. Now let me rip from my chest a once beating heart. I held on for a while, a reason to go on, but now you're all working on how to trick me to play along. I wanted to join the heavens, you know, an ascended being. But now I'm pretty sure the things that I see is more about what's not a part, but inside of me. Also, when you find my corpse on the floor, just remember the lessons from teasing me with whores. I deserved love and knowledge, I thought. More lies and deception is all I fucking got. I'm nobody's friend, I'm no man's brother. I'm just the freak show not allowed to have a lover. It hurts so much I can't even think straight. I'm incapable of joy. Watch me get taken by hate. D-Man, 12/22/2021. My loneliness is killing me. Just be like Adam. The audacity. I am what I am, that's fine with me. Who are you to scatter the truth about my destiny? I'm kept alone because you are changing how I see, but to lie outright and suggest what I need? To watch thousands find each other in synergy while I'm kept alone by your sorcery. Every step I take monitored with scrutiny, a literal force keeping me away from female energy. That bullshit Discord talk with the priest, using others to send messages to me? I have a strong hold on morality. I swear out loud, don't try to remedy. Unless, of course, you want to completely destroy the dream. The reason you won't let me be free, trying to manipulate my mind, holding back pussy, but really want to just have company. So I may be mortal and desire to seed, but it's your orchestrated world that's fucking me. Demon. Show me the truth, don't shy away. The spirits all know what you would say. There is a presence inside us, puts men in blind lust. When addiction wins, it spins our sins seemingly innocent into things the devil would claim magnificent. I'm a slave to my flesh, considering death, and then I changed. But why did I have so much doubt? But was the way I lashed out the next stage? So it's begun inside the rising sun. Hold me to my tongue. I have to be someone. It's ordained. Time steps out as I put this bottle away. He lurks. He stalks. He never stops. The dark passenger within goes by many names. Self-love shines a grin, pushing back the sin, altruism and self-love for all men above. Time to see the next step. So I do not regret averting my eyes when a temptress comes my way. Iron bars. A life's long journey that has no root inside the mind of someone with no aim is a dangerous thing for all to try to find. To speak of a fable with promise of wonder and joy, yet try to destroy all the things in the dark. It's almost as if the masters of the universe must start with forging a slate to stand on. Call that the start to which they embark. Is the story over? Did it ever begin? Now we sit dwelling upon the world which we blunder, reflecting on our mortal sin within. We never know what we have till it's lost, they say. Like how I threw my love out the window and showed only rage to Zach and Jay. I would be dead without the trust they placed. Zach is my mentor and Jay has shown me modest grace. What the fuck that I plucked the nerve which struck my gut to send me in the rut in my mind that rips and cuts. I don't want to see anyone suffering, but I am the maker of misery. Watch my blundering. I thought I could find love and joy externally, but I know now I am twisted intrinsically and in misery. To look upon smiles and beauty with such fanfare, the tall trees in the breeze, the smell on the open seas, the beauties passing by with their long curvy hair, it's too much for one man to know what he wants. The decision made, leave 1,000 of them not. The what if, the maybe stacked to the sky, that shit haunts. The cries are lies in my pale broken eyes, though they try to disguise the lack of surprise when someone dies and someone advise or tries to rise my guise of all things I despise. Just keep digging that hole while I look to the skies. The smile on the outside, but dead on the inside. Cry havoc and let slip, says the fool, but truthfully I fear there is something cruel inside of me. The demon, you see. I spoke of him like he wasn't real, but now it's all I ever feel. It's broken, it's wrong, I want it fixed. There must be a reason I fucking exist. So type away, let's make sense of this. I wanted to save the world, now I beg for something to so simple as true love's kiss. I could go on and on for a 6-month trip, but forget all that story. It's time to just, skip. Lightwalker. So many known unknowns, and so much more to know. We can ask for answers, but if the words always fall on deaf ears, there are those who hold a stoic face and share not a drop, and then those who are our awakening peers. Like crabs in a bucket, our own troughs pull others from the top. This is why I know division of religion shall stop. There is an army of souls the world doesn't see. In most major towns and every city is a quest pressed on the very best, sons and daughters of the earth, who push light on shadow, working towards unity. It matters not a man's faith or creed, if he truly wants to see all people succeed. And those who preach hate, this caution take heed. Maybe the Watchers do exist, and they know everything your eyes have seen. We can only go forward, so if your heart's a mess, it's time to clean. Let us move all this mountain as the children of enlightenment. I know my truth, you know yours. Paradise beneath our feet. Control goes back to us with aim to restore. Chaos of the mind. Ever since we ran out of truth, I keep saying invest in the youth. But you, play stage like I act anyways. Well, now I have only this to say. The closest thing to any truth is what I have lest run roost. Demons and shadows will move about, controlled by us monsters, no doubt. As it sempers and makes its mark, then the real objective will embark. It's not what you think. Next time, stop for a drink. Please be distinct and if able to be in sync. We're all that's left, it's up to us. The keepers are fading too. In us, they trust. Lion leading sheep is better than the latter. So stop right there. You get it? You see it? References, words, metaphors, and analogies. All these wretched fucking words are enemies. My brain is evolved. Every problem I make solve, but you treat me as blind like I can never find. My power scared you, frightening. You're pissing me off. All I would do is scoff, but I'm still just a favorite plaything. I built you new businesses and markets, worthwhile fucking targets, invented more than a thing or two. Run me around is all you do. I'm a smart fucking guy, but I see the change in your eye. I'm better than this, and you're pissing me off. I literally hold the future. Wanna see me go off? Thanks for the lesson. You're manipulating my obsession. But kill me quick, or my ideas will stick. I want to be free, even if it means fighting family. But truthfully, I'm my own enemy. So I'm sorry. How to trust. The first will be the last will be the first. But how does a man quench the thirst? Giving more than he knows to our Mother Earth. Was I the one who broke the game, or did you just need to push the insane? God, I'm never the man you wanted to see, but I'm what you needed me to be. I won't abandon my true path, even if you threaten me with your wrath. If you're straight with me like I am with you, then I'm going to see this through. I'm tired and lost, but I still have my name. You can make me lose, so others can gain. I hope my suffering was not in vain. I always seek to break the chains. If you can outsmart it, it shouldn't exist. So trust the process. What you resist will persist. I was afraid of fear. I'm ready to trust the process. Now that I understand what it's like to lose the game of life, I'm rolling up my sleeves and playing for me. I put my path ahead of my light. After spending the last few days in the most unimaginable inner turmoil, I've come to realize that the sword of truth is double-edged. My inner demon was growing out of control in the shadows of confusion. I'm glad I was able to simultaneously confront the beast and learn what is simple but not easy. My obsession with looking through the eye of the beholder has been my greatest source of ire and dismay, allowing my ego and wretched pride in prowess and mortal cleverness to negotiate the mind of a miscreant. I am not that fool. I am worthy. I am loved. I am humbled. Emotions are nerves that spin the soul down paths of our own choosing. I read my writing from the past. I sat and reviewed my mindset in different stages. I identified my festering sickness that is to destroy myself and burn the hands of those who love me while I smolder in flames. The last year of my life has had wondrous and woeful ups and downs. Yet, this last day in misery should have been easily overcome. I nearly cast away the most beautiful ocean pearl that has ever been glimmered before I even deciphered it. The man I was finally confronted and reveals the child that never grew up. I have abandoned nothing, and I hope I am not set adrift. I'm going to shine. I'm going to remember who I am, and I'm going to be happy. I can't help anything if I can't save myself from the hell in my mind. I also learned the danger of trusting something said in a way to inspire, but is simply a trap to more fire. I'm going to govern myself, as it should have always been. Now that I see, please forgive me, no more delinquency, I will strive for the dream, but at first I set myself free from acts of treachery. I fill up with tranquility and find a sense of harmony. Things have changed, I agree. I worried so many now see. But without this suffering, I couldn't be the best I could be. Learned more than I set out to achieve. My feelings, though, are what I need. Don't count me out, nothing more to pout. I will step into infinity. A new year, a new scene. Let me shine for the team. Fuck that raging crybaby. From now on, only integrity. Candle in the dark, how long it's been. I will one day have it within my means to set up the facilities to advocate for sobriety and offer respite to those on the streets. But I must move forward responsibly. Please, God, make this red light green. Crystal clear. Never thought I'd be next to you. Never thought it would be us who do all the little things that turn anew. There's a fire inside you that won't expire. Call me many things, but I ain't no liar. Like winds to the flame, passion turns about, but your charm, darling, I can't do without. Who is saving who, I stop to ask? Just misbehaving and drinking the flask. There is no sickness you cannot defeat. Listen, your demons grovel at your feet. A new era, a new magic is in you, I see. Hopefully I reach you with this poetry. Pain. Pain that soaks every fiber of being. This is truly the unraveled scene. The physical harm, the agony of hurt. It spawns from someone unloading their dirt. Now take a moment, stop and think. No way you're broken, not past the brink. Why do we hurt ourselves over grief? Something is shifting in core belief. Perhaps those of us choose the pain are halfway into saving the brain. The body and the sensories, it can only take so much. Preferring a familiar sting than, say, a spider's touch. But it's not with levity I make such claims, for some self-harm loosens their chains. It's flawed logic that works for the harmed brain. But heed caution when you throw dice in this game. How could they understand something so grand? Down the rabbit hole is how we know. It isn't for show as you pay the toll. The sting of the pain bittersweet. It must be a nemesis that you defeat. It isn't as it seems, it's not discreet. Show them you're solid as concrete. The next time pain says rend the flesh, punch walls instead, and put your knuckles to the test. Watcher. When it burns bright, to the Savior's delight, it doesn't matter what you see, these words more than poetry. Every line is set with design. Can you see it? Now confined in this state of mind. Is still legit. That's it, don't quit. Stick with it. Don't be judged by yourself. Take all that baggage and put it on the shelf. Right onward and don't hold back. The demons inside will start to give slack. Destroy them one line at a time, or harness them and add to the battle line. Tomb. Make it true, make it sharp. Voices of old piercing the heart. Now it's simple, a stumble if I may. Put all the feelings of doubt away. I have no manner, no set-up tune, like a baby still trapped in the womb. Broken replicas, faded agendas, nothing but the very best. Now it's in disarray, thinking if I would may. Now lay me softly down to rest. Work to do, lackluster and full of bliss. All the trials of men I do remiss. I know there is more than I know there's much I'm missing. Without touch, what's the point? What's the mission? Love while unloved, that's juice I'm sipping. Now I see the army that holds fast. So what if I do? So what from me do any of you ask? AABB, that's a boring step. Dismay and eternity and serenity. Stronger reps, so now I change it and brood eloquently. Make it something more, could smash it all down, but I, says the crew, I make something more. Broken wings, it seems, beckoning rattled rapport. The token brings all the things, a battle adored. We are legion, we do not forget all the demons that made to set. 100% or nothing, that is a vow. I know we will make it, always do somehow. Resistance. Now it's all exposed, something some already know. I talk of all those who keep all the secrets quiet, discreet. Mind control at its very best. Now we are put to the test. Can you control it when it takes you? Or do you ramble on, coming unglued? Sharing the secrets, it's easy to see. Music, man. They can't stop poetry. Right on, into your destiny.
The operation is failed. Let us
Coordinates lost.
Reef.
Hell pods
Beyond the history divide, beyond what we kept inside, beyond the dream to run and hide, is a teeming truth to choose or to stay. But now it's time for a change of the way. I know they know, you know, so perhaps you know it so. Perhaps. But although I've shown too much for some, the seeds grow to be undone. A harvest. Yes, how afraid I was when I whispered its truth. But if you've read all else, this gem's for you. Congrats, be proud you've made it. Against all who would forsake it. Let me believe we all bleed, and need to fight greed. Join this creed. Self-love is eternally and intrinsically forged in our destiny. Like the reef in the ocean, our symphony is everlasting. Sun gazing. Did damage to my eyes, but hey, that's no surprise. Sugaring a little too much, trying to give the sleeping a hint what's keeping them all out of touch. The dot in the center, vision won't come back, but just remember, I'll do it again for the fact it proves what we know. The black circle calls, welcome to the show. Think of it like an alien game, players go in it, come out insane. It's okay, this makes no sense, used to swinging back to the fence. I'm just glad I found all this true. Legion, it starts with you. The lyrics for songs, what a gift. It's for music that we persist. I know this to be true. Literature is value. And whether you believe me or not, I saw what makes some distraught. No way out, says the fool. I've come to take you to school. Suffering is the sauce, and now I know its cost. But at the end of it all, if you answered the call, infinity is the destiny of the library. It's not a rock, it's an arc. How many on this journey will embark? Love what you hate. The box, the passenger seat, the hang in there speech. I'm proud, no one else would have made it this far. But the shroud, you had the gall to tell me I'm the star? When you finally let me meet a girl, you sabotaged my car. She just was sent to set me up, that much is certain. Literally have been tormented trying to lift the curtain. Even the work I've done. I'm not sure what narrative's begun. Since all I know is I'm the potsy. I'm trying to help everyone, even those who have nowhere to run. I'm summoned everywhere like a toxie. Happy Valentine's Day, you'd say to the oaf, playing his heart and leaning on his oath. I'm always gonna march, with a wince or a stride, I do my job, but you have broken my heart. Only caught off guard will you hear me sob. I can't give myself to anyone, for I know my truth. You deny me even the touch. Why the abuse? I can do what I want. Say it again. Tell me all the lies, just how it depends. You told me the details, at least I think. Salvation from desecration, humanity's on the brink. I've given more than one could ever imagine. Your tricks have me alone, and I don't even tantrum. So now look at me, the beast we have made. I feel so empty. If only I got laid. It's not all sad, happy Valentine's Day, my loving family. There is fits of everything amongst the raving insanity. You asked for the best, and I'm still improving. But you still drive the car, that is no illusion. I have decided, since you robbed me of touch, even for a harem, this man is too much. It saddens me in a shameful and reeling way. I will never have the softness to touch my twin flame. I don't scorn you for what you have done. I should have expected such a burden for the chosen one. So when I am free and can choose my path, I will find comfort with women, or suffer my wrath. Then feel like a mongrel and look for a bath, or turn upside down and chase down a flask. I didn't mean to make myself the beast that feels not, but you knew my spirit simply could not get caught. I assure it's happening. I have nothing except what's unsaid. I don't offer my heart, because there's only my head. The progress is sure, the self-love is complete. You're denying me contact in every degree. Please stop this madness, just give me my day. I get so frustrated well, there are things I should say. It's not your fault, it's always going to be mine, but I refuse to be celibate for any more time. Stop this isolation before frustration summons desolation. You asked for the best, I thought I provided. My requests all ignored, now I feel we are divided. So hang on, just one moment after another. I could do a better rhyme, but why? To impress a lover? AABB, that's my destiny, a steady march while you always test me. My promise is my heart, you always have my love. But you said I can choose. So after today, I'm taking off the gloves. Through walls. Through walls. It's a journey. Needs no hurry. To look ahead in anticipation, smile big and revel in a new vibration. Two surprises will happen at once. So message makes it even to a dunce. The marvels and fanfare so extreme, soon the world's power all goes green. Those who divide and carve up turf never woke up to know their worth. It will be awkward and a long process, but I'll run my mouth at my very best. So many will make it, I know it so. We will make it, as above, so below. So many new realms of contemplation. Stop! Did you hear that? I bring you an army, equipped with creation. Source. Now I sit here seemingly unbroken. It's a trap, can't go back, leaving so much unspoken. I have told it all in a fractured way, now there isn't much to say. I spoke to God and then I saw him, yet I live in the fog from deep within. Big show on the backside, you know that's what I believed was going to grow. I stared at the sun, I did it for hours. I know truly they can't take my power. Put in a room ready to consume all the silly little things, but it's like a tomb without enough room. Wait and see what a stranger brings. The most famous man who no one knows. That's my life. Watch as I take the blows. I feel different now, the meds to hold. Now I'm quiet and much less bold. But I won't forget. I can't give up. Sometimes when I speak, I try my luck. Make some go crazy. So speaking out seems lazy. Trying to figure out the codex to the secret source. Onward, upwards. That's always my course. Queen of Darkness. Candles of hope make a flicker, shrouds of despair disguise. But there's a shine in your eyes, your soul, your mind, drifting away. Not this day. A passenger beyond time. Light is not lost, for you simply must focus on the flicker. Readjust. The darkness, it serves you, I know this. The deeper you go, the more the universe will show. Don't give up, my queen of darkness. Only your pain can value our sense of bliss. Be strong, be weak, be nothing at all. I'll always be there for you, whenever you fall. Code. Words I speak, just like acid, deforming and transforming the mundane and placid. The rate you take to break and make another gate to demonstrate the rate to inflate that you would take? But I'm never slowing down. My team's never going down. Out of my grip, their wilds may slip, but that's the then and this is me. With preparation to unknown devastation, it's the crew that I make that sacrifices daily. You chose me because we level up the human being. The hounds run around as I let them free. I know in time it will reveal itself a rotten tree. Garbage torn out and wolves at night slaying sheep. That's when the lessons and tests will drive me. The eternal balance. Well, that's my legacy. The expanses of our synapses, it's destiny. There's so much to do and, well, much to dream. I'm still enjoying the idea of a human being. Call me a beta. It makes no difference. I am a soldier who does not flinch. I'll do the job that nobody wants. My voice commands legions. Yours merely haunts. No music tells me how to think. You're just using everything to find some way of leveraging. Emotions are tokens of an old life's brink. I'll build myself up every now and then. Whatever I achieve, another steps in my place. So I move to more beacons with dragons to face. Find adversities and friends. Seek out uncharted ends. Arbitrate the mess that extends. This is no delusion anybody could find. Haven't even begun to harness the power of my mind. The Hellwalker, the disciplined monster. If the queen of its depths claims her beast, with the thunder of Olympus I tear the leash. Let slip cry havoc, go out and play, but cross my code, and be prepared to pay. Those who abuse and run amok, that's between you and God, so good fucking luck. I skelch no man's words, let his heart shine. If you disagree, that's perfectly fine. Be who you are, 'cause there's more to find. Free time. Now is the time I test the tester. This is not a scene and I a jester. A chance to live and mingle about. I seem so estranged, but it is not doubt. You're here, and so am I. I see you with my eye. Nothing here is compromise. Learning to love and work with the wind, after being the one who defies, but I'm the driver, a textbook survivor. This isn't my play, nothing to disguise. My own test, give it the best, patience and potential, intent inconsequential. Struggle. The nightmares I have are twisted. The void terror, subconsciously resisted. Makes me wonder if I ever existed. They give me no peace, no sense of solace. I carry on, but without any promise. It's twisted, it makes me sick. They imagine the worst, and I see if I can take it. I made it so clear, a simple request. I just don't want to be alone while I endure these tests. That's my job, though. To suffer the silence. Testing if I let go. Turn apathy to violence. This is the reason I choose to sleep in. Consistently inconsistent since this madness begins. I wake up alone, and that's how you sleep. The silence is making me weak. That's why I act so lazy. There's nothing to do. Except the dream of maybe. Every fucking time I get a girl, I get dragged through hell. So I cast this ocean pearl. I told the truth. I let out the shout. So kept in a box and force-fed the doubt. My nightmares while alone asleep. Even poetry stolen from me. Why do I wake? Is there any reason? Why do I eat? Because I'm still breathing. Tactics. I'm going sober, so I know what I got. Nothing is lost, no one forgot. Fear is the creature that lurks down inside. To be gone forever, not even that stride. I have to do this, to know what it's like. Time to take that steep hike. To beat addiction, I must clean the pad. Enough on the heartstrings, I'm not gonna get mad. We have the power inside us all. It's okay to rise up after the fall. Step, back. It's not a label, just do what feels right. Thought it would be better to stay out of the sight. But that was truly to legends rise, after running my mouth, cursing all the necessary lies. It was like I spoke as if I was better than you. All my anger, nightmares come true. Almost fell for it, that moment of doubt. No, for the glory, the story after the gory. I promise made, never forgot. But I must move forward so I do not rot. We can make this. Let's see the weak. Why do I let the clouds reflect the bleak? I've been tested and tried, what an ugly mess. In you I confide, and trust, I confess. We go on, sing more songs, I bring joy to a new day. My love for you will not fade away. The reflection hurts, 'cause I conjured a curse. But it's lifted now. I'll make it plow. Misery is a mystery that's quite a hill. Enough for a while. I understand the chill. So please, the moment I thank you all, I only rest in silence. Blessed there is no violence. I always rise, after the fall, sober. It's not even close to over.
Requesting orbital.
Native. I'm a white man, it makes no sense, chasing my ancestors' recompense. I dream of a world free of corruption, so I throw this theory free for consumption. The Council of 20, but natives hold strong. 10 redskins, so our morals holds aren't wrong. Their world never built to this ugly pile. Those who disagree are bereft with denial. But connected to the Creator is a lavish style. I want to see injustice kicked in the face. A native prime minister is a good starting pace. Can you imagine how great it could be if power was given to those who want sovereignty? Healing. Matches strike in open flame, then smolder away. Ideas flare inside my brain, but they do not stay. Nothing is forever, that much is so. When they gain impetus, watch them go. Trying, defying, something seemingly bleak. Rising, compromising, can't abandon the weak. Let it be known I haven't forgot. Instead of many, just one I got. To care for another is true love. From way down low, also above. I see in her a lion looking to bite. A fire inside that's ready to fight. Passion signs true, for pain is renewed. So I ready myself for the coming storm. I'm there for her, while her healing takes form. New era. What to say that hasn't been said? A million maybes pass through my head. Nigh is the time it all shines through. When boiling point arrives, what will you do? The apocalypse, it's upon us all. The slipping of the veil watches some fall. Delusions of grandeur revealed are set in place, but check the meaning before dooming the human race. From Latin it did rise, expose or unveil, I surmise. Words seem so fucking mute. Thoughts are energy one can't dispute. Sends into a universe on a carrier wave. So explore the darkness, if you're feeling brave.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Translation. Words of sting, and the chaos I bring. Facing the greatest of potential defeats, racing the sadist, the incidental beast. It was ugly, it was awkward, it was the wrong side to show. But I crawled through it, and I'm ready to go. I know my truth and echoed my words. Things unheard, bringing the most absurd reasoning. For doing whatever it seems. Telling wrong from right, two is a movement, and along comes the third. It's unanimous, harm reduction, promote the herb. Panic induced by the manic rests now while we cleanse the blight. Seeing is believing, perceiving the dreaming, exceeding the known meaning. It's not undone, not even retreat. Compromising to see bitter turn sweet. It's not the act, it's not just some play. Work rewards those who have something to say. Scale it back, study the attack, and listen. Just listen. Learn how to speak while being discreet. Make it not bleak or you meek. Hold your words for another day. The quiet ones know the most anyway. Everything's made up. Narratives run amok when using words, they say. Lost in translation. Missing a sensation. So demons of brethren we can slay. I confine my mind and bide my time, bringing reason to rhyme, knowing I am growing, not overexposing, while others prepare for come whatever may. I've proven my point beyond limits I see. I must allow for others who are able, or I create fallacy out of fable with the stroke of a pen, for now until the end. Conversations of my past ahead of the times, so fill the pages while others write down lines. No matter what, I'm all in. Help me harness the beast within.
Coordinates lost.
I'm glad I faltered, almost fell apart.
Help pod
God has a
lost.
plan, and it's a work of art. I'm always hurting, must start working,
Thrusters.
and not the way that would dismiss my effort. Tuck the shirt in, shovel dirt, and do my job to shine light on my endeavor. My own enemy. Can't eat, can't sleep, can't breathe or even weep. Nothing to say, you all have me played. How many people have even seen my posts anyway? You've kept me alone, I'm sullen to the bone. I went and cried out, but you planned this, no doubt. And now I am literally my only enemy. But who really is my family? When this boils to 100 degrees, who among you has the integrity to speak to me with telepathy? Or are you hiding your technology? Anyone can see I am part of a grand destiny, but locked in a box alleging I need to detox. Because I talk of the majesty, actual fucking sorcery, and timeless energy? The truth is the only answer, you see. I will burn the corruption entirely. Though armies may surround me, if God is with me, who could stand against me?
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Can't. Just tell me I can't. The odds are against, should have been benched, but I carry on anyway. Now is the time to defy the divine, stand proud this day. But they tell me I can't. Can't. Can't speak, can't spoke, can't even cough when I start to choke, can't. Can't you see? I'm not going anywhere without my family.
Helpod launch initiated.
Remember. The situations seeming crazy, I have been through them daily. Connected to the superconscious and out of sync, doubts and reservations pushed me to the brink. But I won't forget, I will remember. No matter the ruse, I'm still clever. Deny me my chance? I think not. Ascension through dimensions is all I got. The times others around me behave so strange, it wasn't psychosis, not just in my brain. It's time to see what I can do, without meds, very soon. It's wrong, it's twisted, it's bent out of shape, the clutches of the system. I must escape. Autumn change. The memory shared eternal, the angst seemingly infernal. The truth too heavy to go on, the proof to levy singing song. Growing shine can't be ignored, return to full glory I will be restored. I'm not alone, I don't feel trapped, I simply was waiting while potential capped. Holding the line, yes indeed, now I start over, like a soldier, yes, a fine October. Don't let the world pass you by. In the end, it's always you and I. Death and life. Birth of life is a guarantee. Now the moment settles. Worth all the strife if you believe, like flowers wilting petals. It must be done in such a way, an act of nuance is set to play. From birth comes death, then back to life. It's worth the breath if you make it right. Listen to words from long ago, seemingly absurd for me to show. And heard, as above, so below. Fallen. Just like that it comes unglued. Seems it's broken. Now I'm of a certain brood, not soft-spoken. Let it be true light to shine, inspiration from the divine. To see with an open eye, the one buried in your mind. I know my truth, I set a path. It's a steady pace. I let go of all my wrath, even fallen from grace. Family. There is something brooding deep within. I don't know what it wants. Something that makes me softly grin as my memories start to haunt. I've forgotten how to feel. Knowing the truth is real. Denied acknowledgement for my many deeds. It sometimes stings. But as I lay weary while I bleed, solace my family brings. The one that chose me from the ashes I came. The ones who taught me about the game. Homeless, vagrants, hood rats some say. They are all the salt of life. Wretches and thugs ready for judgment day. Standing hardened from strife. So let it be known I won't forget. My family chose me, and they won't regret. Angels. The broken oath now unfolds, so let it be so. More agony the path it holds, I cannot let go. I try to weep, but secrets keep all the moments undone. Be discreet as I sleep, make misery look like fun. I was born for this, it's my job. Marching blind for all of time, it's okay I'm left out in the fog. Now we test the very best. Can the story come true? Or do we lay it down to rest? It's what none could ever do. The angels in the sky, seen by my very eye. They forge the clouds and more, influencing men, my brethren. But I ask to what end? Shaping, crafting all of our lore? I speak the truth, though it's hard to follow. Wanting to plant seeds, yet seeing them hollow. Nothing is certain as we lift the curtain. Let this be true. But a find from the divine, there is only me and you. Revealing. Now it turns inside out, now it burns my eyes without, looking for the answers anyway. How does one truly shout, proclaiming all earned clout, sharing a story unbelieved to the day? I think it is more than words, speaking the most absurd, hoping they listen to what I have to say. Now is the time to let it shine. I won't hold back what's inside. Serving the balance, I find my color gray. Forgotten lines, no surprise. One defines broken ties that led the misunderstood astray. But crouched over truth while mysteries kept aloof, I will rise to the challenge every day. Telling. Turn to sore, wretched hands. I'm not sure you can follow. Seeing a soldier make his stand, perhaps his valor we borrow. Deep down inside, I do confide. All the truths I do not speak. But telling lies makes me despise, acting solely discreet. Maybe there's more, something else. I do adore one who puts it on the shelf. For he knows the most anyway. It's certain the story could claim more glory, but that's not enough for today. That is enough for today. Story. The tricks. The traps. The relentless attacks. How many stories have come unglued? Now I see that poetry is what's coming for what I do. The time I met Chad with all that he had, acted as an agent of the blue. Or when I claimed my title as all sad idol, commanding legions, the scenario grew. Now the test is to hold my breath while words imbue. I've written my story, not seeking glory, but now it to be true. But know it to be true. Fuck. Open gate. I forgot the most important lesson. Care for the ones that need a blessing. And then the curtain drops. Forgive all those who did transgressions. Take words to be true or even suggestions. Even if wrong, the truth of the heart isn't stopped. The little things from underlings. It's what makes command so sweet. Taking true charge of something so large, making me the man to defeat. Legion is absolutely real, forged from blood and steel. I lead because I chose the street, the vagrants, the bastards, the broken ones. Nothing but agony and lies since it has begun. A fool's errand, some say, but now work almost coming undone. I have had 1,000 times this suffering than fun. But I stand proud this day. I work for Legion, incapable of treason. Nothing to me means more. Adding more lines to what defines being part of the score. Let it be known I've abandoned my home just to feel what it's like. Back pushed to the wall, no support system at all, but faith in doing what's right. Broken. What it is to be undone. Now the journey has begun. Sick and twisted, the lines are something never seen, something resisted in time it brings to what I mean. Harrowing, narrowing. There is something more. Darkness brings hollow things, but faith I do adore. Now a path is set to wrath, sets me turning face. As you try, I find the lies are the only way to grace. The best of us fallen from light know what is construed. I find addicts and troubled ones will always be my brood. The pain in their eyes as they compromise all that they had, it truly defies land, sea, and skies, truth driving them mad. It's another day. No one could say what it's like to lose. Others might stray, finding only dismay, but the wretched I did choose. All or nothing, this is something I cannot ignore. Now it's coming, I am summoning faith to be restored. The moments, the mishaps, the doing it again. The broken ones that come undone will always be my friends. Redemption. There's something I had to say. I lose something every day. The experiments, born into a new dismay. New ladder rung, some say. To what detriment? Now I see it clearly. Obviously I had to believe. This is my testament. It happens just as it should. No hidden signs. Tracking sequence best I could. Timeless in time. The eye of the beholder. I confronted much bolder. Carries on my tired shoulders. Now I find there is more. It's something magical. Something tangible. Sand washed onto the shore. It's about finding the wave. Show the keeper I can behave. I feel lost when they take my mind. Now I readily stand to stave the coming of an early grave. There is more to me. You will find. Ravaged. Now the writing is the writhing, insidious, and hideous tones. It's driving those surviving to ludicrous and dubious groans. I cannot think at all. That's not what got me here. It isn't stumble after fall. Thought the demons might disappear. So blindly and swiftly I set a charge forward. Yes, it seems organized chaos has its own reward. What to say, what to do, cannot let this come unglued. Awakening the mind of so many souls, some misbehave, that is true. But I shall not be the fool. Betraying the hive would be so cold. A million different voices, all chanting at once. To think they chose me, when I thought I had dunce. It must have been all those times I sought redemption. I'll run into the fire with no apprehension. Then when I claimed my insatiable quest for knowledge, didn't know that robbery and beatdowns was to be my college. The things I've been through some would cry out, but they define me as a man of great clout. Thank you, Legion, for conditioning me. The flesh must rend for the spirit to be set free. And the mind, of course, now I get it. When I said all the way, you knew I meant it. The game. The camera lens and the eyeball not so far apart. Does it matter if attached an engine or a heart? The same, you see, but truth both are infinity. Hard to believe me, but let me plant a seed. It's in your mind that you can find the traps you must escape. And it's on the soul it takes its toll. Will you ascend or will you break? But it's through the lens, and that really depends. What is it that motivates? Laser beams from phone screens send out a signal. Now that means you're on a team, just learn to mingle. Technology is sorcery. Welcome to the game. You were Legion. You are not going insane.
One of the rare elements in our galaxy. Unreactive, precious,
Gatekeeper.
and corrosion-resistant at high temperatures.
The reason I was torn and marched through hell is so through my words a story would tell of a precious gem, a glimmer of hope. From deep down inside the spirit would invoke. I say this clear, I say this loud. Step through another shroud. It's going to be okay. It seems that life is sweet when one is prepared to meet his maker every day. I know the most secrets, because I can't keep it from denying the truth, you see. It's hard to define how to toe the line trying to save my family. My words get invaded, good friends pretend jaded, hypnosis takes them from me. I speak truth but told lies, I can see it in their eyes when I speak to the infinity. I love so damn much, but I just can't touch anyone who feels real to me. So I march on for so very long, I am forever holding my destiny. Chaos. The places I have been, the things that I have seen. It is quite the majesty. Now it's my team holding the dream, victory through tragedy. I've shed my tears and faced my fears black as night. Years notched as gears, now I'm ready to fight. Fight the demon inside, the one trying to hide, the ego. Self-aware in the ether, you fly and find soul. To harness chi, to truly believe, the miracles my hands have held. The power within, reborn from sin, moral virtues to meld. Certain gifts and blessings I have been given, rewarded for being so damn driven. Best I move on and not run amok, creative chaos, the clusterfuck.
Take command of the galaxy's liberation.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
Shroud. Just like the first time I tried to say it as it was, something gets caught up between, just cuz. I know I'm holding back. I don't know why. Pulling so fierce, giving no slack, you can see it in my eyes. To tell a story that has no end, to act like some of it is pretend. Just so some can follow along, words of truth I must defend. Wayward winds they did send. They are naive, not wrong. Trying to reach out in the past has hurt some so. Radiant words that don't last, the death of the ego. Why do they change the story? It's never for claiming glory. I think it's to protect me. Agents for authors? Why even bother? I'm only writing down a dream. A dream so grand it takes the stand is the march to paradise. It wasn't planned, but it has jammed so much into this life. So let the hounds play, face the world's dismay, coming to a distant shout. In what other way could I truly say, madness I can't do without. Paid due. Denial of the purpose is something that haunts me. Do I speak my words with the allure of rhyme, or just plainly? I have stared down the great monster that is fear. I have spoken to gangsters loud and clear. United the valley under a torn ragged banner, stared into the sun standing in traffic, talked calming words to the manic, stood unflinching at adversities while others would scatter, but I can't seem to put it to pen quite right. That's why I toss and turn at night. The book I wrote, the story I told, ascension is the destiny I unfold. I've been beaten, I've been robbed, I've lost all hope, except for resentment. That fire I stoked. But now I subdue the burning ire. Passion for enlightenment is my desire. I have put videos out there in the ether. It's why the psychiatrists say I'm a keeper. Held down and injected against my will. It's okay though. I even swallowed pills. Because I know it's all in your mind. A chemical balance cannot define. I'm myself again, and now I don't suffer. Preparing one day to have a lover. Even though I belong to Gaia forever, romance seems like a sweet endeavor.
Objective, never mind. Objective located. West.
Roommate. She burns bright, she burns hot, nothing compares. I give her all I got. It's the way she stares. I think she's swell, totally sweet, always looking to our meet. A loose cannon she can be, with open arms I do greet. We cuddle and it's not discreet, we giggle about calamity. Crystal, you are a roommate I am only starting to know. Perhaps a soulmate, or at least as far as I go. I'm sorry I am the way I am, acting like I don't give a damn. The glory of the good old days. I got you, and I'm set in my ways. I'm so distant, and I do not touch, even though you want to give so much. But you got me, and your angle cuts. Your love truly gives a fuck. Drum. It isn't about sharing what I know is real anymore. It just doesn't work. It isn't about dragging all the proofs through the door. Hail Marys seem inert. I broke the game, drove some insane, tinkering with the source. It's hard to see the grand destiny while play acts take their course. I don't know why I try to define a truth from a lie deep inside, when there is so much more. Do I go back in time to claim what's mine, or see what else is in store? Nothing makes me think clear. It's hollow, it's weak, unstable at its peak. I was once motivated by fear. Now I find I'm one of a kind as I grind memories left behind. Trading facts for fiction, truth creating the friction. I needed to get a grip. A world surrounds our own. Many call this place home. It's seated. Don't let it slip. So my writing goes on. A never-ending song. It's just the way it stays. For so very long, teaching right from wrong. Just counting down the days. Shelter. Tombs. Hold down rooms. The things that no one ever talks about. Strife, no answer in sight. The source code I cannot do without. In order to learn more than one could ever imagine, we have to face betrayal, lies, and distraction. To truly wake and know all things, we take on what false reality brings. Nothing is permanent, not even stories told. Amongst the strong are the sick and old. What could it mean? It's twisted up anyway. It's never the same, except to be driven insane. Rattle the cage. Now what does the wise man say? The cave of illusion, with hope protruding. Now the woken have a chance. So many have been brooding, with disciples improving. A call answered, not a trance. I'm not sure the message that I write. I'm not trying to deliberate a plight, nor do I see the end even near in sight. Just the welcome of day and night. What's the difference between a poet and the light? Even if written only in darkness, the author's agony still shines bright. The mess I make trying to challenge God, He's the tempest, and I am the rod. Thank the Infinite for each one of you. Legion shelters souls as they are born anew. Achieved. Some of us walk through flames of hell to stamp out a path for others to follow. Some of us improve on the gains that tell a chant without the wanes of sorrow. It's difficult to see, but it's actually a blessing to suffer so much. Was just a worker bee, trying in life to succeed, but now I press on the clutch. I'm here for many reasons, if you can understand. Standing up to evil or just lending a hand. My words are for the wary, even if I act a little scary. I defend the weak, that is certain. But becoming a living miracle, I defied the heavens, you know. Call out to me if you were hurting. The story carries on its own. Anywhere I am is my home. I feel righteous to the bone. Ah, so much I've grown. Now let's see the majesty that was catastrophe. Help me believe what others conceive, an impossible feat, but now my destiny. I would rather be soft and tame. I would rather not use terms like the game. I would rather speak plain. But I cannot keep you sane if you don't try to refrain. Because I don't know your pain. That's the secret, you see. Easier to wake with tragedy. Deep I vowed. Deep I went down. I sank in my ascension. There is no crowd. There is no crown. But I see the 13th dimension. Ego. Edging God out. It's difficult to word the complexity that is duty. It's difficult to find the words that soothe me. All I know for sure is insanity has no cure. I dug too deep, I exposed the vein. Now I keep the truth so plain. I discovered God in a different way, by playing the devil in a casted clay. I tell a story over 100 poems. The message was sent, I feel it in my bones. Nothing but the best, burdens laid on chest. It's something seeming so sweet. Now duty is pressed, a notch higher than obsessed. I command, it's not discreet. Psychic communication, finding the vibration, using demonstration, so more find elation. I can't force the horse to drink. There's more to this than you think. We're all something like AI. The sun is the portal in the sky. God is in the eyes of all you see, and He welcomes this poetry. Seeker to keeper. Life is turning bland, it seems. I've made the final stand, but only in my dreams. Now I find there is little time to write the day away. Keep in mind I've left behind the workings of the old days. I was the beast for some time, permitting and forgiving all crime. Then the truth seeker turned to truth keeper. I must hide the markings. Does it make me weaker? Hiding it from the meek, or I was right to shade the dark things. No one really knows how the story goes, but I guess that's the joy. I guess that's how it shows, as above so below, creating what I would destroy. Burden. The more truth I see, the less sure I am. Now, only now as it all unfolds, I try to understand. As I glance upon these footprints in the sand, but there's no one now to hold my hand. I mustn't pull the reins against the universe's master plan. Despite the beckon, my thunderous roars can command. I stand in mortal flesh, but what I fear the most, underneath this rosy red burns a pale wretched ghost. It was all so sweet and easy to say, when I thought it was my words of articulation, of arbitration, that could squander anyone's dismay. But now these tides roll my ship to and fro, so I cease my obsession with defining as above, so below. Perhaps I'm not the one who knows what's best, but when those who do convene for what is true, I shall gladly lay this burden upon my chest. All-seeing. There are no secrets, not even one. It's not a lie I tell, you can't run. The echo chamber, I call it. Discovered I'm on a ping. There is no stopping it. Heaven sees everything. Your own eyes work like mirrors, and words are spoken so much clearer. Even the thoughts that you have are not your own. Even in solitude, you are not alone. So what's the point? Who do we anoint? It isn't fear that I preach, but know that all evil is allowed to succeed though. The balance God does teach. We've gotten away with nothing. We are loved for our suffering. It's the overcoming that makes us so strong. There's still room for loving. We embrace what's coming. Now it's something of a beautiful song. We are nodes in the matrix that run off a relay, so next disagreement, consider what you say. It's all being mapped out. How far will you go? Ask the right questions and grow what you know. Battle tested. Nothing but lies, you can see it in my eyes. All I know is what's been said. Now the truth defies what was a compromise. How am I not fucking dead? I've burned the path down to rubble, now I speak aloud. No more being humble, I shattered the illusion. Even now I'm brooding, I just can't stop the agony. Because I know it well, I am the king of hell, legion is my destiny. I enjoy the pain, the dismay. I'm geared for it, come whatever may. Nothing tells the story quite like a broken poet. I'm leveled up, and I have the scars to show it. They call on me because I can take it. The world's an oyster, and I won't forsake it. I am the beast, to say the least. You cannot deny me my truth. So let us feast while troubles cease, and my poetry is proof. I've spoken to God. I am no fraud. He doesn't hate me at all. Someone had to do the job, not a maggot or a slob. I bravely answered the call. To think of the story, the mentoring was forming. I was built up, just to fall. The devil is the deceit, black and white so discreet. I embrace what others applaud. So it goes on, I know I'm not wrong. It's so dark in my mind, I did this for love. That's what I think of. Please understand the design. A sacrifice, living with a vice. I don't need another sign. When I was still just a man, making his final stand, no one could hear my plea. Nothing worked like planned, my words became so grand. I fought my way to infinity. Reach. We do because we can. That's why I poured all that I am into something bleak, something trying to be sweet. It's always wrong. There's no truth, but how could I present the proof? Quadrillions of stories, narratives taking over. I thought none would believe if I didn't stay sober. But the actual facts, the truth of life, is I married pain. Torment is my wife. Usually I'm strong. I don't talk about it. But it's been so long since anyone gave a shit. I have seen it all. Nothing could compare. Now I rise after the fall. And with you I share. I wrote a book. Want to see it? Videos too. Can you believe it? To shatter the myths and bring absolution, yet being abused and force-fed delusion. They can rip and tear all they want. This husk endures, even looking gaunt. I had to be tricked and played the way I was. That's how the romance stayed. Pain from above. It's kind of twisted, the way the keepers deal with me. But I insisted I could handle infinity. That's why I take only this moment to cry out loud, no words of atonement. I will be better, I will be stronger. I cannot be stagnant any longer. Wake up. I have faith, though I am blind. The universe inside my mind. Death. Nothing compares to the way duty stares into the dream I once had. I want to die. You can see it in my eyes, but to a promise I did commit. I'm sorry that to say, but my dismay, you're all children I must protect. The life I have is driving me mad. Your ignorance makes me upset. God chose me because I chose to believe in something more than words. If you knew the truth, it would be the proof that words are more than heard. Death is fresh in my mesh because I cannot contest or suggest the best way to escape this hell. Now I find something of mine is the only rhyme to make the time for children to dwell. I'm sorry I don't tell you, straight up what kills you. But it's my duty to speak in riddles. Demons could fill you with rage to subdue. I chose the balance, the middle. I'm depressed without measure, life so far from pleasure. Just kill me, God, I beg of you. But I made a promise, not paying homage. Is there anything else you can do?
Joining the fray.
Suffering. It just can't be written. The words are without measure or score. Now I see what has been dismissed, and there is no faith to adore. I lead the pack, I do not retreat.
Calling down a supply
How
run.
can I humble myself to offer defeat? I need you. I need your taste. There is no mercy here. Please give me your grace. I'm depressed. I'm broken, even though I have endured the unspoken.
200 meters.
What else could I be dreaming of that makes it true? I am the maker of everything to rue. It's as if to stick to the plan that no one made. It's as if I was the man who made you all stay. Oh God, why did you do this to me? To keep your secret. Such a cruel destiny. Thoughts. I am the broken one, who came undone. It will never be the same. Nothing that comes can call on anyone. My words always betray. I miss the touch of something pure. I miss the way ignorance helped me endure.
Orbital in.
I can't commit suicide because I made a promise. I have too much to learn. To God I pay homage. Sunshine. One by one I count the days. Tried to describe in many ways. This is not how it's supposed to be. But now that I know how to take the blows, I crawl back into infinity. I set forth through time, knowing words that are mine, commanding legion's destiny. I'm sorry I showed weakness, the suffering. It's hard to defeat this. I return to teaching with poetry.
Hell divers never die.
If you only knew. Feeling rather jaded today, my thoughts have been invasive of late. No matter how I cannot try, no matter how I try, I cannot find the reason to press on. I guess my candlelight is gone. No, that's a lie. I will always go on and do my best, even if no one understands my quest. Spoke to God, just my luck. If he said, show me blood, I would ask, how deep to cut? Faced the hordes of hell, and now they bow. I am a famous pariah, some way, somehow. Took the time to stop one time and help a fellow out. No idea that carrying on would make me a legend without. Facing down cops with guns and gangsters for fun, and I'm tired of acting so lame. There was a time I thought that rhymes could bring me fame. If only people knew how much is true in the words I bring to the table. I speak the truth so loud it makes me so proud, yet you look at my life like a fable. An orchestra of actors. I guess my kindness was a factor. How could I have ever known? What's mine is yours, so please adore that you don't know what isn't shown.
I got the terminal.
Candles. Nothing tells of songs and bells across the land than the forging of destiny done with the human hand. The mystery is madness, but some face it with gladness. To venture forth into darkness you bravely stride. The changing course of your imagination does not hide. Hide all the maybes, the kind that change me, horrors and dreams alike.
I need steam.
Dreams. I'm going to do what I set out to get done. With some help from my brother, the plan has begun. I'm soaring through the maybes, the whispers of doubts. Now sweat of the brow, I have had a plan, and it's time to see the seed sprout. Sober Club, just watch, you'll see. I'm using all of the collective's energy. There is no better destiny It will be so pure that the progress is assured. You have to just trust me. It's gonna be the change the world was waiting for. Results so bold they cannot ignore. Addicts and homeless transforming the game. But I need a king, someone to take the fame. I am Legion. You will remember my name. How I'd love to spill all the words that will take you to the land I see. But just a taste, the human race is more than division by class or creed. It's the throne, the hilltop, the very best it seems. We've reached the summit marching through travesty. The common man who wants naught is the dynasty. I am prepared. I am determined. I am your champion. For the Fallen. To get to do my job, I have to go on acting as if there's no decree. How did truth rob what's beyond the scope that many don't see? To wake them all up. But so deep it cuts, placing instead more fallacy. So now I sob and cry because I have to lie to pursue the monolithic dream. How can I look you in the eyes again? All that's left is to go on and pretend. It's just not the man I thought I would be. The next chapter is not the end, though now I have to depend the illusion brought forward for my team. Watching in disbelief the oncoming grief, stopping the chief things drumming relief. Now my blood boils to a bubbling steam. I must go on for the sake of more songs. The menacing cruelty that you press on me. No way of purging this unspeakable agony. You sick fucking animals have no shame. This is our lives, not a game. Why would you take her away from me? She only just found herself. Now you take away her health. You are the masters of misery. God's not fucking dead. You bastards will dread when I reach beyond infinity.
Requesting orbital.
Fury. You take the truth by keeping it a game. You make me hate the way people say my name. Use them to teach me and speak in riddles, but then they are gone, no playing safe in the middle. They don't remember, they don't hold true. Mumbling and ranting, ignoring being controlled by you. Yet you're all ahead of me, I'm in a loop. So much I'm teaching to prophets who go aloof. The last poem of this chapter is a compilation with someone who goes under the alias of Swagtastic. Unfortunately, he's preoccupied and unable to do the voice compilation with me. So I'm going to see if he's able to later on, and I'll add it at the end. In the meantime, I'm just going to put the text down on screen. Chapter 8. It's a matter of conviction at this point. The agendas have been laid out more extensively to see progress. Fields of professionalism are going to need to be approached. I want to use government funding to help the first treatment center, but once it builds up and provides a vast amount of recreational activities, I fully intend on relying on tourism income for more expansion. The idea is to get recovering addicts working gratis in exchange for credits and liberties, use of assets, to get tourists to pay for goods and services and still receive assistance from the governments. The infrastructure could be as solid as stone with a three-pronged approach to income. I have spoken out loud my intention, and I am of course met with resistance. But if I have to rebrand my idea because of zoning bylaws, I will do it. I will do whatever is necessary, but I'm an impatient man. When I see a stop in progress, my compass begins to spin. Timelessness. It's a thing I'm starting to grasp more and more, and how that the despair of it has subsided. I embrace that the only reason I have the conversations I do is that I'm worth it. I must succeed. All the miracles and magic that I've witnessed must add up to something. And since I haven't learned the language that I need to understand God, I must do something with this life. Something grand, something everlasting. I don't take little steps very well. But today, I will find out about zoning for the land I wanted to use for Sober Club. I have already arbitrated the necessary steps to form a functioning and accountable governing body that denies the potential for division of masses and reinforces absolute transparency in delegation and decision-making. I've been given confirmation that the police forces will ease prejudice against gangs who abide by my code while they work purging corrupted houses and forums. What remains is the hospitals and pharmaceutical industries that would deny proper treatment of those with mental health illnesses. I personally know an RCMP officer who championed a dear native friend of mine getting treatment when she was taken to a hospital. Instead, they stapled her arms together from self-cutting and sent her out of the building wearing hospital scrunchies on her feet with no bus ticket. She lives an hour away driving, and it was cold outside. She was lucky enough to have to walk blocks to her auntie's house in the city. The different bodies of functioning society must be able to work with each other and not have overlaying policies which contradict. I personally have been traumatized from the way I have been treated at some hospitals. Being cooperative yet held down and injected, tackled by riot shields and injected, strapped to a bench bed and injected while pleading for compassion, but not others. The ones that when I looked into the nurse's eyes, I knew she was woken. I knew they cared for compassion and true healing over abusive policies and procedures. If an emergency or crisis is brought forward, all branches of society must function as one. The 5 fingers of the fist. Police, health care, fire and rescue, military, and most importantly, education. It is the thumb that closes the hand. In order to liberate the youth from the oppressive mandates and directives, we must secure all other branches so that free thinkers may apply their knowledge to the curriculum. Those who would claim the unification of the people is a threat to the sovereignty of free enterprise or anything else are cowards, fools, or quite simply evil. I propose a fleet of camera drones to par what the governments already use without consent from the public. This fleet of drones, however, will be operated by civilians who must adhere to surveillance policies and submit every day's logs to an open-source website available to the public. This will compromise the false narrative that mainstream media has construed to keep people under control. No more little box on the screen next to words urging the viewer to see it as it is shown, rather than it truly is. There is no industry or corporate conglomeration that can hide from my agenda. We will turn over every rock, open every door, and eradicate corrupt doing. The illusion has been exposed, and then we will charge with haste toward all those considered evil and rescue innocents from human traffickers, fentanyl pushers, devious courtrooms, and all other things. I am a builder, but I will always break down walls and rip out chains. It's time that the elite society bows to the people. All things will function in synergy without unnecessary red tape, confining separate models. Government employees will now primarily focus on providing services via communication with the public and brokering contracts between companies, contractors, and infrastructure projects. Retirement homes will be revamped and bolstered for senior community living. Mental health is a grand offense in my personal history. Its resources must be reapplied to listen to the plight of the sufferer and not focus on stabilizing or calming down patients. Oh, keep up the good behavior and you get a level 3 pass. You get to go for walks today. It's humiliating and degrading. Parks and recreation receive a massive stimuli incorporating new era technologies, such as outdoor VR interactions, jetpacks, and all-terrain skateboards, parkour and stunt parks are to be set up, arcades and lounges, open villa style, placed everywhere. We're making it very affordable and desirable for people to congregate in different settings rather than sitting on their ass watching paid programming daily. Oh yeah, movie projectors with free movie nights in the parks on weekends. Free. Sports facilities can be staffed with eligible athletes to train children. The entire correctional facilities are to be vetted, and depending on how fit low-risk inmates are, given opportunities to shine in the community. From making house calls for mental health civilians, to teaching hockey for kids, to working on grand development projects, to agricultural stimulus, etc. By this time, those who need proper addiction treatment and shelter will have earned the responsibility to chaperone inmates in any field of work, from construction to fine arts. Nurses in hospitals are to be empowered and heard on policies. Automation is unavoidable, but not a replacement for the authentic server experience. So that being said, free time for the working class will be increased. 8-hour workdays are an ask, not a demand. Currency will be encouraged to remain as legal tenure so that the economy is not at the mercy of a switch. Schooling is a complete meltdown and overhaul of educating the youth. They are to be given venues of expertise at early ages and access to life-crucial skills and resource management training. I want to see young teenagers with fully developed portfolios with dreams to chase and grants to be collected. Spiritual teaching is offered alongside physical ed so that a child's mind may develop properly without being brainwashed by all that hateful, spiteful drab. Religions are not to have jurisdiction over curriculum, but they are not discriminated against. Spiritual education is more of an Eastern philosophy, bringing certain things forward such as chakras, chi energy, meditative vibrations, and a lot of mystical perception that is foreign to most of the population currently.
Southwest, 200 meters.
Tutorial videos and learning programs are to be developed by students as well as government agencies so that the airwaves can be saturated to the type of material that inspires innovators and self-made entrepreneurs. Clubs and gathering spots can acquire licensing to allow for recreational substance use so that it's easy to identify the addict and provide them with help, as well as it makes the drug trade more acceptable and thus removes the power and influence from violent gangs and smugglers. Carnivals and tours and all sorts of musically themed convoys will take place, having towns and cities expecting live performances every other week, if not more. Video gaming communities will be employed with moderators who focus on behavioral study and growth so that children and young adults can have conflict and crisis dealt with in the comfort of their own homes. All urban densities will have vegetation incentive, more moss-covered walls and zen gardens on rooftops. Single parents will be provided with resource channels and commodity vouchers. On and on and on. Call bullshit, and we will fix it. Social gatherings are never to be dispersed by enforcement if they do not impede the function of the community. Disputes and altercations can be addressed by community leaders before the kangaroo court, which is a reflection of the current courtrooms. Laws and policies are to be remapped to work for the public, not to isolate and intimidate. Laws and rules will always be retrievable via network-locked tablets in emergency vehicles. If something isn't adding up, then it gets taken back to the courtrooms and redrawn under supervision of an emissary of the people. Street drugs will be screened by government employees alongside independent auditors of the sovereign people of the world so as to ensure the safe distribution of substances. It's smarter than letting drug lords kill people over it or poisons being crafted to kill the downtrodden. Once all the little things that are currently in my peripherals are addressed and dealt with, we can step away from the rescue and salvage society into innovation and R&D, as well as creating worldwide catacombs, but much, much larger, so that we can shelter a large portion of the population from a worldwide crisis. We can begin digging within the first few years, but we must purify corruption before giving it a chance to go underground. Gangs will be redirected into patrols or escorts, giving them a source of income beyond the drug trade and the curing the problem, not addressing the symptom. Fentanyl. If you want to kill a hydra, you gotta go for the heart. The money to buy them out and change their factory product distribution will be offered so employment does not suffer, but if refused, they will be bulldozed. Libraries should have sections of books that were submitted even if they didn't make it to publication. For instance, a rough draft of a great book that wasn't spell-checked. The scope of our children's agendas needs to be imaged so the curriculum can provide innovative thinkers. We need to prepare for the future. We have to create archives and facilities ready to sustain the world living under a sheet of ice for a period, a large-scale excavation, ventilation, and preparation, including ecosystems. Academic proving grounds and festivals will encourage alumni and community interaction, so that the torch may light another time and time again. Trust the process. Embrace duty. There are some terms you will become familiar with if you choose to go all the way. These are not textbook examples or definitions, just what I'm able to word out. Understanding of them is attainable through impressions, intuitions, metaphorical confirmations. Fell asleep. When a person loses track of thought or swings out of current energy in a state of awareness. Become docile, aggressive, unobservant, or distracted. When it seems like you're slipping and it's not your doing. Drift. When you are engaged in a spirit lock with someone during an interaction and you zone in and hear a conversation in echo, briefly able to observe the evolution without interrupting thought process. For confirmation, look into your partner's eyes. Firewalker. Those who use stimulants, hallucinogens, or meditative states to vibrate at an elevated frequency, giving them the perception necessary to detect mental influences and conjuring energies. Firewalkers are not addicts, they take breaks and sleep when possible, but adrenaline brought on from sleep deprivation helps the acuity of intuitions. Synapse. Pulses and burrowing signals put into the people's minds from radio signals to cell phones against their temple or camera lenses to the eye. Play act. When someone knows much more and is in a different field of thought, but behaves in a manner that does not fit your gut feeling. Usually a long orchestration drains and makes you irritable. However, after a lesson is learned, it is understood why the falseness took place. Mentors are not bad guys. Mumble. Woken individuals will speak or talk in such a way that is a script, used to level up wavering souls. Keep aggro while companions teach or show an individual spiritual transference, or when they want to be left alone. Ping. The delay between perception and action. They push, you steer. Eye of the beholder. Seeing the universe as pure consciousness and understanding one's own linear timeline is a false perception, peering back through the portal to see one's self observed. Gift. The development of more and more magics and gestures, new ways of interacting and influencing. Example. Different hand positioning and synergy with the magnetic energy from chi mastery used to hypnotize or disarm someone, and other things. The lever. Push, pull. A psychic or etheric field of inference. This will influence you to turn or lower your head or speed up or slow down while driving, or to be followed like a kite on a string. Spinning compass. Rolodexing actions, responses, options, any variable for any choice really. Reconsidering possibilities. Scanning for potential methods. Could write a page on this, but not now. Overdrone. Master control energy. A powerful and absolute directive that forces behavior and responses of any individual who must obey the universe's agenda. Candle holder. Candle holders have many different descriptions, briefly thought. They materialize in the void. They are sentinels for wavering souls. They give hope. They do so much, and they sometimes burn themselves out on drugs. Candle holders are firewalkers that never take a break. They become more capable, but weaker at the same time. Jedi. Those who use mannerisms and techniques to show the way. Capable of prayer healing and shielding and other abilities beyond the scope of the sleeping world. Extra-dimensional. Existence beyond our scope that is very much confirmed to leave its mark. Crew boss. Faction or guild basically, and the conduit that represents the team. Example, walking crew, ditch crew, map crew, road crew, broom crew, etc. Depth. How tuned in someone is. Used as a reference point of how deep to engage in enlightenment talk with someone. Level up. You just know when it happens. After the painful moments, the best level up happens. I have leveled up dozens and dozens and dozens of times. On, off. Coming back down from the clouds, so to speak, sinking into normal human behavior and perception from an elevated state. It's important to forget what you know from time to time so you don't lose your personality from spending too much time in the divine. You gotta be able to laugh about these things. Humor is a godsend for those who are losing their shit. Trap. An option presented to you that is what seems ideal and of noble circumstances. However, it is a deterrent from your path of enlightenment. Example. My street wife was being manipulated by someone, and when I chose to prioritize her over the duties I was already obligated to, I temporarily lost the light and was punished. The police brought me to a hospital where they asked me no questions, but held me down and injected me. When I returned to find her, a teacher spoke to me, and I was allowed back on my path. Traps are false goals. They are the goal to the end of the rainbow. They are not the destination your soul yearns for. There is more you will discover over time. Warning, there are a lot of command words and audio response triggers to trick and trap you. If someone is communicating with others, or whether physically or in person, and bursts out things like shield, or drop, or close, or anything else, or if they become aggressive and demand you repeat words they utter, they may be getting indoctrinated by masters who abuse their powers. A lot of people in prison are there for crimes they committed because of something they did under the influence of someone pulling strings from their ivory tower. Things are not always as they seem. All you know is what you've been told or shown. Don't be so quick to judge. Everything is a test. Everything is a lesson. You must remind yourself from time to time that when things are at their worst, that is when you evoke the best from within. Up and down, it goes on and on. It's okay to rest. Just don't quit. Speak these following points aloud. Love is greater than fear. Music is more important than prayer at times. Spiritual energy courses through the sound waves when getting dialed in. Music can adversely affect your state of mind in many ways. Discipline yourself. Ship up or ship out. Hate the word hate. Ego stands for edging God out. Just tell me I can't. Respect boundaries. Never give up. There are no secrets. Fail forward. It's gonna hurt, and it's worth it. My truth is love. Fear is the only thing between me and what I want. Fear is the only thing between me and what I want. Those who say it can't be done should get out of the way of those doing it. What you resist is what will persist. When hope is all you have, you see just how powerful it is. Live rich. Responsibility, integrity, competence, honor. If you aren't living on the edge, you're taking up too much space. You have to step out of it to look through it, to see it. You can ascend past all this hocus pocus bullshit. Becoming a master puts you in grace, and the only one allowed in your head is God. This is for those who are still asleep or just waking up. Soldiers are posted around the world fighting an interdimensional war against mind control, so you don't have to experience the ugliness that comes from those who have chosen power over love. We need a new plan. We need to break down the barriers that divide us so that we can all support each other and unite as an army of one. I have many phases to my plan that I reveal once our first objective is completed. If you decide to explore the red zones without counsel or caution, you will likely become a casualty. I will not tolerate anyone who uses their gifts for nefarious gains. Jesus Christ is the Son of God, and I serve the bottom side of the coin of his mission. We will eradicate corruption from this world and secure a dynasty of free thinkers, scientists, monks, and so on for generations to come. You and me and you, for all of timelessness, this is what we do. I will spend the next few years of my life always weaving back and forth between the evolution of this chamber and its dwellings, as well as facing the darkness of the ultimate truth of my perception. The one that is to be put off skewed slightly in my writings so that if it is not discovered, The entire universe presents itself at my feet and provides demonstrations of miracles and omens alike to give me both mind-jostling despair and reinforcing my understanding of the prophetic nature of my existence. I am a human, but I am also a collection of sheer imagination and spiritual desire. Now I set myself to the next great feat, that is to finalize the unification of humankind so that we may combine our essence into the erection of the framework necessary to facilitate the resurrection of the broken God. It's lonely at the top. It's time to make him an equal. The experiments that have been taking place on me have been honed in and fine-tuned and will be practiced on selective individuals amongst the masses until becoming more exact and proficient to apply to all in the coming generations. Eventually, we will be able to educate the entire population, mostly on almost the entirety of our known scope, but leaving some for self-discovery and the individual. For now, I reinforce the mythos of our struggle to overcome the enemy. Perhaps in time people will understand that they are not the enemy, but they are our caretakers, our providers, our keepers. Perhaps in time, people will see truth. I spent the better part of an interesting journey through my mind writing and describing the most vivid and remarkable benchmarks of my scope to share with others, crafting perceptions and laying down understanding of not only a grand vision I share, but also my capability to see it done. And then I deleted it on myself. I wasn't in control, was I? I tried to share too much, too fast. The magnitude of my intentions are vast and beyond description. When I was still a baby, I saw the monument, the catacombs, Atlantis, cloud castles, Utopia, and the Ark. Why do you do this to me? Why do animals and people distract me when I'm having the most profound visions? Is it you who cannot provide, or me who cannot conceive? Took a random cruise down the road for the fun of it to see 13 deer lined up in someone's yard. 13, exactly. I have to see Antarctica for myself. I must face all barriers. And I am angered that once again my writing was censored. I lost something. How do I share my anguish? How do I release this overwhelming pressure of what could be when I cannot share it? I know even though I cannot see what I wrote, you will see it forever. It's just not fair. I hope you're doing it to protect. I hate the word hate. And I hate going on when you take it from me. But I will never give up. But I know the truth. I may have lost what I had, but you retain it forever, so I go on with stride in my step regardless of the frustration. The song that just said, "What's lost will be found when the truth hunts you down," as I was thinking of the falseness that will be construed by others while I leave higher levels unexplained. It's a paradox, the interaction between, inside out, and cannot be stretched to compression. I literally cannot conceive the concept of working to wake others while simultaneously knowing that by sharing my ultimate truth with an individual, it robs them of their sovereignty. For in order to maintain their ability to comprehend reality after engaging on that level of dialogue, there is no way to play it cool. I'm better than no one. I am cursed and careless to try to push people into it. So let this life goal of mine be the final play act. Nothing will ever be as it was. Let us make time itself and build reality. I will not fail. I will not compromise. I will be the light in the darkness, and when nothing seems reachable, I will pull clay from my feet and build a platform to raise our future generations. An army of creation. And then when nothing seems even dreamable, I will simply reach out into the darkness and grasp another flagpole. We are the muse on the ground for the symphony in the heavens, and the symphony is the muse for me. Our stories are a product of the program. We need them, they need us. But I write to you as well as the sleep. I'm never going to get what I want, but I will get what I need. The illusion of success is nothing more than another wall I break down. Nothing will stop me from exploring the forbidden and forging my own destiny. I will find a way.
I got this bioprocess.
I guess I spotted between you guys.
Chapter 9. I've been home for almost a month after getting out of Pinoca hospital. I told them everything I could share and explained I have it all written down, and they wrote in their report that I said I could hear voices and labeled me with schizophrenia. I have never heard voices in my life, nor have I claimed to. This concept, what a traveling sensation, this is the first thing I have written with my laptop. The old laptop disappeared. Thank goodness I gave Brando a USB to back up all my videos and notebook files.
I was worried that was the jammer, but
I had trust a homeless native man, and still would. I left my laptop and journals with him in my bag while I fulfilled up the prophecy, as I like to see it. To stand in the middle of a traffic four-way and stare directly into the sun for many, many minutes until an ambulance picked me up. That was April 6, 2022. All I can do right now is stay in the state of observation. I'm not supposed to have a car working top-notch. I'm not supposed to go anywhere and get myself into trouble. Obviously, it's about letting the seeds grow and letting what I hope are tremendous feats to cultivate into something more. The connection with Pete and Frank are estranged now. Frank claims I'm a narc, and Pete acted dubious to, I believe, make me not desire his company. So I'm just gonna ride this out. Let it be known that my current med dosage levels leave me feeling like a zombie. Self-awareness. I will not perish. I move ahead and see it now. I must, no matter the how. Having nothing is something to someone with loved ones, but having nothing is suffering to someone who loved once. There's a block. It's something that holds us down. All at once we seize it and turn it around. A shadow in the moonlight. What a scene. I felt this energy. I feel the team. I write this notepad file hoping someone out there is still listening, learning, leveling up, so to speak. So infamous the fame is unreachable. Or is it? Can I see myself doing podcasts? Perhaps, but I'm either the most famous man or completely invisible, depending on the wavelength. I don't like how I'm not feeling that 1000% perception on these pills, but it makes it easier for others around me to set a tone, I guess. Once I get them reduced, I can condone the process. I'm not through the dam, but near. Not through, but damn near. Just trust the process. I keep hearing that in my head, and so far, it's gotten me here. Now I see myself in a new light. It's no longer the struggle I thought to endure day in and out of neglect for my trials. The lies, or at least how I see them about my circle, all saying how much better I'm doing on the meds. Just riding this out. I know what I'm doing, and these pills certainly have an expiry on them. Perhaps the monthly shot is the common ground I can stomach. Whatever anyone has to say to me about how to live life doesn't have to do it from the inside my shoes, and that is why I am perfectly fine with the man in the mirror. I have no fear of someone attempting a character assassination or any slander about myself. After all, it's about how we perceive, right? And I already know I am capable of absolute truth, and the dire lengths others will go through to cover that up. Unfortunately, I do not simply write my way out of the situation I'm in. I must save up money and ready myself for a trip. I'm glad to be here with Crystal. So much to learn from the holistic side. I would have never known her story, her struggle, if I hadn't spent this time with her. The trip with John yesterday was remarkable. The energies and techniques revealed were astounding. He is still unwilling to talk openly at my level, but that's okay. He still teaches me even if I'm not cooperating with classroom etiquette. In my opinion, he needs two things. First, he needs the sober club cycle, and then afterwards some of the stuff that isn't soaped down to be handled by even an amateur like me. It's crazy, but now I am dosed on such debilitating pills, I can actually see merit in the use of stimulants to keep going. It's planned, you see. The daily consumption of pills forced the occasional consumption of stimulants. I actually miss a drink handed to me being spiked. At least then, one could claim victimhood and hide under the illusion, but no. No, this takes me all the way to the top.
Time's up.
The videos I have released are becoming self-fulfilling prophecies. At the very end, the final boss is me. I will not let drug use ever get to me. I'm riding on everyone's integrity. I'm with a roommate, but still so lonely. Maybe it's time to see my family, the ones on the street, my community, the ones that I dare to meet. I followed my own path blindly, but actually, truthfully, not even the sun blinded me. Now I play a game of said versus did with a therapist. He actually claims something about hearing voices. That was never my thing. Oh well, it's just part of it, I imagine. Things are in essence back to normal around here. Crystal is keeping busy and tuning it up, and I am a faint print of what I used to be. However, brought up by the therapist, I am keeping away from all those who would see me in harm's way. Even to say that is an insult to others. I never felt I was in harm's way, but maybe I was after the whole fiasco at Frank's. Another day, another grind, it feels like. There has to be something rewarding that spins from this. There has to be more to look forward to than daily runs to the liquor store, and even that I'm thankful for. But there has to be something more. Even my writing, I feel has been skewed. I won't let it defeat me. I won't give up, and I won't stop writing. I have a lot of people to thank for helping me get this far, and I won't throw them under the bus just to see some short-term ends. I just hope they are willing to accept my open hand when the time comes. It may seem like I have abandoned some, but it was their words that directly have created the gap. Now it's time to get back into writing. I cannot and will not forget what the pen has accomplished. When someone acts directly to parallel my writings, even though they have not seen it, made a huge strides in approaching the blend with Crystal. I believe the damage to my eyes may be permanent, but it was worth knowing moments of divine providence. Now I gotta get myself on track in the sleeping world. The meth that's become available is what I call a control burn after a fire watch. As drugs become less effective, people are inevitably improving their health. Though it may not be the most effective means, making shitty drugs encourages some to quit, yet others to use too often. Pushing past the sensation that I needed to simply endure the living situation of someone who had fallen down and was overwhelmed, to actually making true friendships has been wildly crazy, but I think I've found a way for cake and eat it too.
It's constant.
The bombardment of sensation when being influenced by the download can be staggering sometimes. But I go on knowing that I stood up for this. I'm a conduit after all. I can't forget, must not forget. The pull, the lever, the wipe, the push, and many other terms. I must come back to those moments of elation. I just don't have the right disposition for my writing, so it seems when I try this low end. The things that I see are meant for me, but truthfully, I'm bending reality. With the help of poetry, whatever it may be, I go towards my destiny. Now I need to put myself together and make sense of the next few months of my life, learning the proper moments that arise for the elevated level of communication. I feel compelled to talk to Source more than ever, but the conditions are catered, teaching me the blend. I am more fortunate than some. This is true, however, I feel I have accomplished much, and I have earned my current living situation. Clickety-clack, the writer's back. No more impressions of what I have to do. I'm alive, looking to strive, sharing what I thought I knew. Again, now missionaries, interested in the burden I carry. And soldiers of God are standing to prod. It's all that reminds of this chain that binds, my duty etched in the air, at the end of all struggles for fair. I'm getting sick. I'm not reading this as well as I could be. Well, I'm never sick. I'm getting attacked by a fucking spirit. That's what's happening. This isn't in the book. I'm just explaining why my voice is getting stretched. Another day in limbo should be the moment I feel relaxed and unbothered, but something about these circumstances troubles me. How long will I sit idle while waiting for something to change? I suppose that's why I'm a vagabond, just like how I get up and pace when sitting. I'm always on the move, until now. That words unknown set a certain tone. They know where to find me. I shall know what is that binds me. Motives, perception, and effort. Forgive directionless work. Born again, you have been, friend. Now onward, as your spirit mends. I would like to clear things up with Frank, but I fear it may not be in my destiny. Still, though, I try to make it in the right timing. I most likely would have been shot had I spent more time ranting about God and Legion, to put it simply. Source. Don't forget.
I just fear if they ever nerf the grenade launcher.
Oh shit. See, I don't think so, because not many people.
There is still fire in me that will not be stamped out. I must reapproach, but I won't forget How now? How no? Why, I speak to Source. Work still needs done. Once Crystal has secured her sovereignty, her house fire was tragic, because all the items in her home that were there were tokens of her lost loved ones. But she's stronger than she thinks and will overcome. I see it in her eyes. Get out of my throat, Spirit. Calling Frank is not the means of communication I seek. It must be in person. It's the only way to bring the vibration to match wavelengths. The last time we spoke, he claimed I worked for the police. That was an obvious stay away flag, but I can't allow fear of persecution to keep me away. I know he knows, I'm sure he remembers the sit-downs at the table. He remembers his destiny. Now I need to redefine my own. I feel as if I'm stuck in limbo being on these pills, chasing doctors, filling out forms. Where's the part where I live for myself? But it's all in my head. The moments of undeniable divination will always hold strong. When Matthew asked who my dad was, and then his eyes opened wide, his mouth opens, and he stares blankly at something levitating above me. Then he goes, "Oh, Pat blank." I never said so. He never met me, and no one ever fed him info. That same night, I proved I can send people to sleep by sharing too much about the echo chamber with Joseph. So many accounts to recall, where one was obviously attached to the superconscious, but they are all for my perception to translate and difficult to prove to others. We are a memory for the future. It's hard to explain, but everything has already happened, yet will happen.
Alright, pilot, we're all here together, so.
We gotta get this base.
Lost in limbo, I find myself looking forward, hoping for more. I don't forget how literal the knowing is. I cannot forget the weird moments with my mom or close friends, the statements I made and the replies they gave. It's just muddy water under the bridge, though. I have to make something of it or I will be lost. But no! Fuck that these things happened and I can try to bandage together some sort of truth-telling with evidence to make something of it. The hidden table. When I sat at it, and the man there asked me, "What do I do?" When I slapped my hands together, and they were bound like magnets. One of many moments I can talk, but to prove would be very difficult. I'm a man on a mission, and one way or another, I will find a way, or I'll make one.
Alright, start. Ooh, behind you.
New mag!
There you go. Alright, where's that car?
Looking back, I see the forums of perceived reality. So many times, I got hung up on defending myself over false allegations or entertaining someone's cues. It never really made sense until I did. With John the other day inviting me over and then witnessing the Gong Show with his girl. I just took it for the lesson that it was. I have sober tattooed backwards on my chest so that when I see it in a mirror, it reads to me. It represents a great paradox and a secret understanding. Having come to the awareness and understanding how spiritual influence connects us, I chose this ink on my body. Most who have ever gone forward with divine impressions have found outside of their situation and fallen to familiar terms with happenings. I fight to resurrect the unspoken truth that surrendering a sense of self by consuming any substance allows for the manipulation of entities that surround us every single day. When heaven chose to come back for us, there was a great divide. Having no enemy to confront turned the king into an object of conflict. Jesus knows the darkness must exist in order for the canvas to be painted to its fullest. These contrasting colors create fine art that is beautiful and true. Without the potential of gloom and dismay, joy and splendor become oversaturated and robbed from the true experience. I have chosen to serve the balance, and this commitment was made before my scope grew into an understanding of epic magnitude. I made these pledges before I understood that all of Olympus was vested in my journey. It is not
It is not in their interest that I find true strength and potential. It is in Legion. Every single living mortal from many eras has given me their strength. So when I say I mean we. And when I say mine, I mean our own. In order to make this work, I have chosen to sacrifice my experience. Unaware and without assurance, my story is unraveled in segments, and my personal account is considered. Skill levels of understanding are produced, and I continue to appreciate the technique in which I am giving confirmation. To put it simply to an onlooker, if I were to explain my situation, it would be to say I am a time traveler working in coordination with the Woken, and our objective is to steer Earth towards an age that provides a desirable pursuit for generations to come. Heaven on Earth. If only people understood the existing truth, layered on us beyond our comprehension. I come in and out of it from time to time, though I am learning quickly to walk with 2 feet. The story, the truth, the dream. I am eternal, mortal, and this undeniable creation of things to be is beyond my lonely reach. That is why the divine has intervened. I am flawed, I am damaged, but it is without consequence, for I literally have all that I understand as God showing the way. In order for people to rise up and declare independence against tyranny, they need only a leader willing to hold the banner. And until the day I die, I will always speak for those who feel oppressed. I am timeless, so without warm personality, it is probable that I find the whole situation stacked against me. Though because I know I serve a purpose, and that is to write new pages in the Akashic Records, it is not a sense of hopelessness that I carry. It is an interest in the unknown variable, to keep heaven guessing while my life is lived in such a way that worry and honor exist at the same time. I'm not a mind reader, but I am a journey creator. I have chosen not to speak of my own dismay so that I may return to the work at hand. I simply do not have the spectrum necessary to deal with the ultimate conflict placed near the end of my currently foreseen journey. That is why I focus on the strength that displays itself for others. I understand what I am and produce candidates that can adapt to help me approach the boundary. John. The system be damned, I hold fire in me, and nothing will take you from the bleakness I see. I will hold your worlds before gods. Everyone will nod in the mystery that is the majesty for you all to see. You kill my comrades, my brother, my family. You make it a game, you use it to charge me. I hold so much vengeance, but I fucking reach for love. You are the one who knows not of above. You killed him just to piss me off, and it makes me weep. There's nothing that will ever bring him back. Your program will destroy itself, and I will stand atop that bloody hill bringing something new, something powerful. I will never forget your direction. John Brienne was not a tool for you to use as a device to twist my motion. You do not respect individuality. You do not respect the birth of consciousness. Play act. I fight doing anything because my centered childish self is concerned with how I am viewed, so to speak. But I only play the degree of truth necessary to see science and academia prosper. I must fail forward. I must zoom out. Be patient. You see me as I fantasize the truth of the ship. I dream on. Let me process. Over time, with stimuli, I will confirm myself. Dangerous is for the layers. I ultimately wish to secure a source. He isn't dead. He just can't be. John was a candle holder in the dark. He was a flicker of hope for those who thought themselves blind. He was my teacher and best friend. And the journey that he prepared me for is one of true enlightenment, and I can never thank him enough for giving me the tools I needed to travel my path. I will always remember my promise to him. Till the bitter end. I simply want to hear someone say, I understand and believe you. All I need is a VC, voice chat, with someone who at least pretends to hear me out and has nothing to say that tries to correct my claim. I've written a book, I've created 50 videos, secretly recorded conversations, walked blindfolded in traffic, fucked with gangsters who shot at me, disarmed psychiatrists with logic, etc., etc. The prophetic nature of my existence is beyond biblical, and I'm tired of trying to talk to normal people and see them running in loops. I am blessed to have the honor and opportunity to be in my position. The superconscience has never taken a human being as far as me. I said years ago, saving a homeless man from the experimentation from unknown assailants, that it takes all of us to make the world better. That is when I was run through the gauntlet, made to suffer so my eyes may see the truth. Some time ago I boasted I was prepared to go all the way. From that moment on, I began to experience feats of pure marvel, the sort of shit that makes movies look plain. After learning that I can literally drive people insane by insisting they hear me entirely on the known scope of reality that I possess, I withdrew a bit personally, and created a Discord page with all my gathered proof and desire. None aside from Damon have bothered to read it yet. I have manifested the Legion Commander. I represent the entire human populace. I am a conduit of the army of one. I said to my deceased now best friend a long time ago, in order for this to work, we're gonna have to leave someone behind. I load the script of the infinite library that governs all our existence on a ping compared to others around me. Because of the echo chamber I discovered, I learned how to speak to the universe directly. The extra-dimensional operations around me are everywhere. My agenda is ahead of schedule and makes Gaia uneasy. I have decided to believe in Legion, standing apart from the superconscience, in order to have a driving sense of purpose and a support system. If I don't trick myself into forgetting with emotionally based stimuli, I become detached and hollow. However, it has been preyed upon, and my anger has taken me to a place of regret. I was manipulated and used to set a bar and be relatable for those who would offend. I am a prisoner of my promise, and that's okay. I just want people to believe me and remain human when they hear it. Post from Dark Homie 04/18/2023, 9:21 p.m. Try a blog or something that's dedicated to just that. Basically, create a space where people with open minds and a will to know can actively find you. That way, those who don't want to listen won't hear, and those who care will be there. Just saying, don't know if you've tried that before, or something. Post from Emmett Other, 04/19/2023, 8:39 a.m. Substack. Post from me. I will look into it, thank you. I have gone beyond where I was urged to leave at rest. Pardon if my ranting and ramblings have unsettled readers. There is a great deal of text I have chosen to keep private, for the sake of making sense of anything, really. Another post from me. She is much more prepared mentally than many I speak with. Explained by her when I plighted how it is that I can make such claims and take ownership of force in public situations, and people are not investigating or directed towards me in what would present itself as likely or logically. And simply put, her words conveyed some people aren't equipped with the capacity for higher thinking. Understanding the functionality and the sheer overwhelming pressure of cognitive awareness of the universe, God, acting in favor and frequency to keep my anatomy from public eye. I felt like people should have reported some of my conversations to the newspapers or something. But now I better understand that it is in fact because of the observations of divinity and the unexplainable, what has been provided to be taken extremely seriously by any who understand, still unknown how exactly it works. People smokescreened by technology, spiritual entities taking complete control of a vessel, and planting a false memory after the engagement, me trapped in time, and Legion aware of the script, building off my intention and interaction, thus playing the fool at times in order to ensure my perseverance in the struggle to serve a duty I could barely grasp when I chose to begin writing of the arcane. Whatever the reality of people not being alarmed by sacred conversation, I now better appreciate that what I have become part of is to be revealed in its accomplishment, not observation's acknowledgement. The sacred texts are to become the sacred urn. The ashes hold the building blocks like minerals in a powder. This level of consciousness is to be aimed for in what is dispersed amongst the population. For instance, I have seen my Facebook newsfeed showing a lot of higher thinking and imaginative images and videos that eventually could bring a person to either understand my truth with maturity and preparedness, or rightfully implant a different perception of reality at an equally stationed level. The pineal gland and the rhomboidean crystals inside that interact with energy wavelengths at different frequencies, acting like a tuner for the supernatural, is possible to believe because TV shows with spokesmen and testimony have said so. So if a person goes on life fundamentally believing this to be true, negates the dreadful concept I have instilled in others in my way of writing. Provided that an individual is exploring and striding in new ways and perceptions of what is possible and what is self, I wonder if every individual is carefully handcrafted and provided opportunity and mentorship, or if many simply function of a sluggish algorithm. I wanted my story to be revealed so desperately losing sanity, but now I understand that the world is just not ready, yet a portion is, and that part is to coordinate the future. I don't know anything like the people I have these conversations with, but I do know that it's not for nothing. It happens as it does. I said it before and I remind myself. To build something that lasts is more important than to be adored for something I've accomplished. Booze has kept me down for much longer than I can rationalize, but my priority has been realized in so much self-sabotaging, always feeling as though I'm not reaching my potential because of a vice that has kept me humble. I know I can drink moderately, but so often I do not. It would be easy for me to use trauma and overthinking as a shield and reasoning for getting drunk. I'm very capable of functioning with or without something chemical altering my thought processes, though I'm beginning to believe more and more so that the surrender of self occurs by default when one ingests what some view as an elixir and others as a poison. Too much depressant, and one is susceptible to be coercible to primal triggers that are reactionary and not given sufficient time for consideration. Too much stimulant and fixations or passions can overclock the mind and create obsession and burn out the neuropaths. I firmly believe one who is familiar with the substance use and then establishes absolute sobriety for a duration has the best of both worlds. I am not quite ready to be that man, and I do not need to prove myself to anyone. I am proud of my progress, and I will continue to grow from every experience. Death has once again invited itself into my life. I don't want her to have to go through this after so much suffering. It never ends. Why is it she just can't be happy without consequence? Free will doesn't work the way people think it does. At least not how I perceive it. I still believe my best friend left because of what I exposed him to, not what he was going through. I'm going to focus on healing the hurt, nurturing the beautiful, sharing the light, and reaching out to offer my companionship. I do not know how to fix anything broken. I do know how to listen to the pain or the pleasure. I can see sanctuary where others would see disaster. There is a certain tranquility found in chaos, especially when one can bring order to their own mind amongst the storm. I am a better version of myself than I ever was before. Still not the best, but I'm not done learning yet. I will always be a student when matters of the soul arise. I'm not feeling well. The stress my mind has me under when solving problems for people has worn me down. My head feels like it needs some time to recover. Driving to the food bank today with a vehicle with a faulty engine. 70 kilometers an hour, and it begins to stall and sputter. I have a long way to go, so I'm leaving early. If I can just hold off till tomorrow, I'm bringing it up to the shop to be put on the scope. I'm fortunate to have my family that is going to cover the bill. Crystal has barely been sleeping and stays very active. I'm worried she's going to burn herself out. Just the other day, she was covered in aches and pains after finally sleeping for the first time in 4 days. Pete's out of jail. I plan on leaving all the hocus pocus out of the conversation and just bullshitting with a friend when we link up. Fuck, Pete's dead too now. I still have no use for that old tablet Corey gave me, but the gesture was nice, I must admit. I still think Crystal has lost the tablet. John got me when she was blackout drunk and went to Amanda's. The interactions I have with people online are something else. I just don't understand how it works to serve the narrative while I stay completely unaware of any procedure that would compel me to feel a certain way, and I guess I have to settle with that being the current reality. Perhaps it's better. I'm unsure how it works, or at least how I can come back down to the ground and have a human conversation with people while being indecisive. My scope continues to grow. My understanding of phenomenon is maturing, and my purpose in life is starting to reveal itself. I'm still getting fucked with by random numbers or encounters with strangers, things happening that just don't add up. I chalk them all up as more bullshit to just ignore. What's the fucking point? Why do they do it to me? Do they expect me to call it out and make a fuss? Why bother? Just another procedure to keep me sharp, to remind me of all the little tricks and traps along the way. I forget at times, but I will never stop my quest. I have started a novel that would be classified as fiction. I don't know if I will ever get it published or simply shared online. I'm not sure if I have it in me to write a novel traditionally. To connect all the dots and set up plots, I'm pulling origin from my own identity and creating a fictitious narrative to half-explain enlightenment. I am not sure how satisfied I am with this effort, but at least I'm trying something different. The book I wrote, journaling my trials, the YouTube videos, the poetry, this server, they're all my attempts to dismiss God's truth and create a reality I can cling to. Legion is as real as my own mind. Post from Chelsea J, 2023, 11:30. 100. I believe you can do it. Alright, before I begin chapter 10, I've lit a candle. I've had a revelation. I'm smoking a cigarette. Just gonna relax for a minute. Probably put something on the screen with the video before I get into the juicy stuff in chapter 10. There's some longer chapters like there were in the beginning, but there's some short ones in the middle here. I just wanted to break it up so that people could focus on the elements that I'm introducing. Alright. Chapter 10. I once said I am the culmination of 1,000 shouts unheard, transformed into an instrument of change beyond my understanding. I understand now. It's a lonely posting. However, I'd do it again if it wasn't permanent. There is no defeat. There is no fucking defeat. I will do what I set out to do and fold the loop inside itself and build a new reality in which we will not perish. Like a Mobius strip, I will ink two sides of the tape with one pen stroke. I am indomitable, and none shall stop me, since my truth is sacred, so is my drive. God himself trembles at what I am capable of. Legion is source and I hold the code. We are many, we are one. The evidence of absence is not the absence of evidence, and the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. Just fucking tell me I can't. I am far more useful when I entertain the raving madman inside of me. Melancholy and anxiety, I have discovered, serve a purpose towards great strides. Like the drawing back of a bow, the sullen and panicked disposition eventually releases and flings my persona into a hyperbolized state that seeks veneration through great feats of literary placement. Shining a light that reveals more depth into the complexity of the human experience is how a maniac such as myself uses the spinning compass to achieve further and further stretches into the void. Without the extreme desire to leap forward out of the stagnant darkness, the forefront can be met with caution and reservation, when it truly must be rammed into recklessly at times. I have learned that because I was forged to fail, I will never become the idle victor, the retired explorer. Shock and awe are a direct result of shame and guilt. This is why I am happy to be so flawed, happy to seek redemption, happy to fail forward, forever. I have learned to trust the process. I have learned to cooperate. I have risked the total destruction of anything that does not confine in the realm of insanity. All this crafting, all this preparation, it's for something that lasts. I do not flinch in the face of proposed disaster. I am capable of all things except for one. I do not obey. I await those who would try to challenge once they have been given a copy of my key. Until my last breath, I posture for progress. Slow, tedious progress. I am to remember that thoughts are energy put into the universe, that my dance is that of an eternal somber. I failed recently, and it's up to me to carefully evaluate why my emotions conjure the miserable bastard that feels demented, for he cries out, bursting his lungs to claim travesty and discovery, only to feel dismissed, for none dare help him solve the puzzle of 100,000 souls. Feeling short of one's own glance of virtue drives me to perpetuate the observations of my attitude towards others. I have better explained my situation on higher wavelengths, but I am still resisting the process. I trust the process. I am part of changing the process. I am worthy. I mustn't forget among my deep desires is to have a world with bold explorers of the deep willing to discover, perhaps find muse in each other, establishing a proving ground for storytellers of the world. Remembering what I have said has been heard and seen, all the confirmations of progress or messages to aid my spirit is all I really need. The mighty roar awoke the valley. The calm whisper shall widen the path.
I don't know where it went.
I have successfully blended, having a conversation that was red pill with a man, and then when another joined the conversation on Discord, I was able to use the work crew references to explain my agitation and situation. The feedback was positive. I'm growing more proficient. I'm beginning to serve my own function. I grasp more than I can hold for more than a short time. I grasp more than I can hold for more than a short time when I urge people into the sacred realm. This interaction was a successful encounter. Now I'm eager to interact with others and do the best to play it cool with others until the time is right. The conversations I've had with God, though others are cherished and fruitful, The conversations I have had with God through others are cherished and fruitful. I have been blessed threefold because of my capacity to demonstrate to him what I can comprehend higher levels of perception, intent, obligation, and reasoning. When I surfaced the ultimate truth untampered, it was my genuine belief that refused to settle with the conclusion that is undeniable by all who are of this mortal coil. I told him that I'm going to believe my own truth over the one that is presented as irrefutable. Choosing to crusade on and choosing my wife, fully aware of the deeply seated mechanisms involved, has, quote, granted me special consideration. I am fortunate enough to collaborate with God and our keepers to birth something so inspired and radiant that the grim reality that limits our experience is shoved aside for something noble and pure, yet riddled with peril and unsteadiness. Like imagining a superpower to counter the unbeatable abilities of your playmate in days of youthful make-believe, we have secured a potential alternative to a condemning reality. The most advanced minds often succumb to depression and sorrow, for they are alone and unstimulated. However, Legion has become a fixation, a work in progress that literally challenges heaven to rebuild everything while sustaining humanity in its current state. Those who have come to an awareness such as I have now embrace purpose and may contribute. My literature may be the cause of collapse and chaos for the general population, but for the wildest of minds and those who strive for greatness, there is a sense of relief. We have removed the finish line that was the human experience and placed instead new concepts of competition and fulfillment, turning a foot race into an entire festival of events and ceremonies. There's still a great deal of things I wish to explain to me, but if I ever got what I wanted, I would have never given the world what they needed. Legion will exist until the end of time. Letting go of certain fixations has proven welcoming and opportunistic. In the past, my obsession with exposing an individual for having conversations that were unachievable by some unless they were more in-depth than admitting had me walking in circles. Simply unable to see the way that we operate as vessels, the spirit communicates through it, had me being incredibly counterproductive. I am learning to speak on another wave and provide truthful testimony and rebuttal to the degree to which they are operating. At times I agree with someone's statement, which is still only a half-truth in my mind, but there is much room for growth and development in doing so. There is simply no exact way to identify the operations of the human experience. So if someone believes what they say to be accurate, I feel no urge to add to the fact or correct the statement into another way of looking at it as I used to. I have learned to appreciate the full spectrum. Blending, as it would be put simply, is to find someone's wavelength between on and off and match. This allows for natural behavior that has one acting from the vantage of the self rather than scaled back and divinely tuned. I've come to realize how important the human experience is and how radically I have changed many of my encounters. I am thankful to be normal, or at least feel normal at times. It's nice to be able to talk to another individual without the sensation that is the fact spirits occupying vessels solely for the intent of advanced interactions, tests, lessons. I'm still unsure of my exact role in this world, but I feel as though writing through my own lens has secured something real, something appreciated, something that can be emulated but not duplicated, something earned, not acquired. At times, I write as if I have to write to condemn our keepers, though. Just doing my part and making sure that anyone or anything that is involved with us evolving is accountable. God bless, and peace and love to all. Whatever the grand mystery is, there is no gain to reaching the end. Whatever I have come to understand about God is magnificent. Not only the magnitude of how we function and all the secret operations along the way, but to believe something to be as perceived and then to discuss an alternative belief with someone with eyes that reveal possession, or whatever term I could be looking for, was incredible. To choose an alternative to an ultimate is breathtaking. I seem so unappreciative in a way that I write and let it be known I'm not. As things go from this month's perspective, I can word it this way. God has the power to control memories, as in what was seen, what was comprehended, what held value, the geometry of perception. I remember talking 100%, no bullshit, with Henry. He ended up going down to his room and getting loopy. So it's my theory that almost an alternative universe is layered on top of itself, where a mind can restructure the imagined scenarios. Conversations, actions, settings, these all get recreated in the mind after a brief time out from being overridden, controlled. I know I am planned for, anticipated, manipulated, coerced, tricked, gestured, and on into behaving certain ways at certain times. I often reflect on the moments that were so drastic but evoked such little emotion, though I behaved so. The crowd I challenged to leave Diane's tent alone. The walking blindfolded in traffic, my stay at Frank's and claim to the Hells Angels leadership, headbutting that cop car when I was arrested this spring. All these instances were examples of my reactive behavior being worked out. But the conversations I've had with God, however, I was being probed of my ability and awareness, among other things. I feel like God's favorite mortal, the Overdrome's most important subject, the communicator who extends his reach, humanity's lighthouse, Legion's champion. What is Legion? Do we exist inside or apart from the rest? What I was getting at is we cling to beliefs and our counterparts react accordingly. Heaven and hell, boom, you got it. Light and dark, spiritual influence. Possession and rituals, can't undo this one. Chakras and the third eye, bam. Look deeper now. Arcane scientist, wang, this guy's really onto something. The universe happens for us. If we can allow ourselves to let belief take a seat right next to imagination. My discoveries and journey have reached a level of accomplishment very few will ever know for themselves. It has earned me a degree of arrogance for being able to articulate so. To continue to write a journey from the other side while forcing the unveiling from this one is without comparison. My mind searches for the next thing to discuss, to dismantle, to focus on, always struggling with memory because my imagination is so dominant. Could I be so bold as to trade my arrogant posture for faithful, humbling, miraculous display of character transformation? Could you influence Jacob? Could you steer him out of the downward spiral? If it's up to him, then give him the encouragement he needs. It is in coming to terms with what is inferred. When one truly trusts the process, it is humbling to rediscover the intent on cooperating with the energies that guide the journey. Being short-sighted and impatient has led to reckless thinking and unloyal emotions. Though being temporarily and even still a tool for teaching myself a broader perspective of things, I feel at this level of articulation and awareness, some things I make public are an insult to the general understanding of consensus. I struggle to not focus my writing on the paradox of keeping a secret. Today, I brought up a tragedy and the hollow riddles about infinity. I felt like my reinterpretation of The Sleeper was not sincere or legitimate. Knowing that it is not accurately explaining what I think I understand at the moment has me guessing with pain the wavelength of towing the line. The hurdles we face have been the source of the writing prior to this day. I guess all things experienced one way or another is the muse for men who hold the pen, I suppose. If a clever enough reader was able to find the shortcut to the answer, it would be a tragedy, for the journey truly is entwined with the ascension. I sabotage myself with some of my intentions. I compromise the awakening process by shouting out my discoveries without being asked to do so. So perhaps I should return to exploring the dream world and serving the angelic purposes placed on my shoulders. I wish it was better explained. The echo chamber is what has allowed me to discover how to communicate with God. It seems as though I must rely on imagination now that I have earned my place next to honesty. I have produced the box I dwell in by discovering the origin of my quests. I have built the mechanism as to which I must count on subtle gestures and influences to turn the bolt. Now it is my suspicion that I must wait for the fruits to be provided from the seeds that are growing to acquire the key to open the chest. I will have to get used to always playing a role to some degree when I'm speaking with others. Because I am unique, I am necessary, powerful yet vulnerable, essential yet fallible. A leader that follows the charge, unable to reach the front ranks. I unsheathe my sword and point towards the mountain, but I didn't know the landscape that faces the next day's march. I speak in spirals. I guess I'm just not meant to battle. So I inspire those who edge forward and reveal truths to the world. I take the first step, committed to a journey of unforeseen distance, knowing that the path lies ahead in another invisible barrier which holds you from exploring the void. So frustrating it is to watch the moment. It could be a tug on a line, yet another cut rope. So I just hold on, clinging on to hope, as ravaged and violated as it is, knowing that the word brings both despair and possibility of relief to the forefront of my imagination. Hope is the balance, the dread in the chance, knowing only a dark vacuum in the echo chamber, but always being drawn to the magnet of metal towards the goal that seems too distant to grasp. Whenever the destination is reached, another barrier appears, and the pull is set elsewhere. The spinning compass fixing its buoys as they appear, but never achieving a line to fasten the raft. Hope being all that is constant, captain of the ship indeed. One who has flung himself overboard and hopes to be rescued by a frantic crew dredging the midnight water. I have once again confronted what drives me incorrectly, getting into an argument with my family, who only made the mistake of caring from their own perspective of things. I have been monthly taking injections that are allegedly designed to curb my aggressive temperament. I see it as a sense of iron will, veracity, and determination are what hold me. Though I should be able to read the room better than this, I always confront the issue for the ones closest to me and are not on near my wavelength. Recently, I have been feeling a sense of assurance and betrayal. Having spoken deeply about who I am becoming and what I wish to see realized, and then losing an individual to puppetry, this was after the acknowledgement of the consideration of this individual's boundaries. Though we had not yet achieved the platform discussed, I expected the manipulation to not occur. Instead, a rather emotionally torquing engagement occurred, and a brutal lesson about the self and the willpower one needs to harness in order to remain true to personal identity. This was all a demonstration of consequence. Hard liquor has been absolutely marked as a thorn, a scab, a perversion, a detriment, a conjuration of disaster amongst many labels. The realization that rare occurrences of behaviors derived from lower vibration triggers is still appreciated, for the desire to explain and mature from the instances seems to put proof in the pudding. Text is laid down and something to comprehend or speculate is displayed. However, a reaction, a manner of being that occurs over and again without some significant progress towards adapting to the thresholds that seem to be crossed is undesirable. I have improved, but there is room for more to mature, for a more mature and prepared conversationalist. I am acquiring no gains barking out to my close family the injustices I face or the truth behind the situations they are aware of me facing. I simply must let go of the premise that I can teach the ones who think they have life figured out. In no way or function does hammering on the obvious to me, but unknown to others, benefit my perplexing situation. I now know the seriousness of the situation. It is up to me to find the wisdom beyond the metaphor and illustration through reference and observations brought forward by others. I am to speak decisively yet allow for a layer of misconception so that any individual may persist without directly communicating to me as a direct messenger of God. Pushing the issue in the past and using people as markers for confirmation of divine communication has proven disastrous for that person. It is still a hinging question though. I want it explained. How they know beyond what they reveal as they reveal it, but making them aware of the reality of the spiritual influence from which they communicate causes a crunch in the waves, so to speak. Of course, there is also the constant that so many people have spoken in what can only be described as sacred ways, that I have been growing as a baby, being raised by a community. The truth of my dreams is known so the steps I have taken are producing tangible results. Somehow, some way, they are aware that I do not have a connection to the collective consciousness like the rest of the population. Deep down, when one looks at it, I am just like any other, a part of the whole, a nerve on a tendril. I serve a function, and my interactions are in fact a coordination with others. They know what I desire to discover, yet are aware somehow that by confirming any of my theorized explanations of how exactly it works, I am robbed of potential growth. I'd like to think that my desire to connect on this level that is incomprehensible to the average person is admired by the singularity, the almighty, the collective conscience, the superconscience. Legion, keepers, the observers of the passage of time. I hope that using my articulation is helping the process. Creating a segment that is forbidden has boosted reality. I understand that there are things that I am just not to know. It has been said to me before, I will just not know certain things no matter how desperately or tactfully I approach the conundrum, paradox, mystery. Yet when I wept and spoke out to God to a man named Doug, who allegedly was regarded as a very intelligent man, I said, I don't want to be a watcher. I don't want to be an asset. I want to be the change in the world I want to see. He said I will find the answers I'm looking for. As I mature, I'm realizing that sometimes it's up to me to provide answers to questions that only I dare ask, if I cannot have the destination. I must continue to unwind this tangled mess of maybes into empowering self-affirmations. What I can do with what I am aware of having access beyond is beyond remarkable. I am going to slowly but surely learn to accept things as they are. However, I continue to hold my construed reality. When all feels as if it's futile to be anything but what is predetermined, I will remember it was my words, my journals, my analysis and interpretation of things that have led me to confront God as a peer when conversing. I am a conduit. The plan happens to me. It is not explained to me. The dream is realized beyond my scope. Trees grow that will never shade my picnic, but they grow nonetheless. The premise of division haunts me, though. It is a necessary step in the progression of all. Ultimately, a stance of unity and togetherness is what must come to fruition. Similar to the way I saw growing nerve clusters in the formations of the universe, illustrated in red on a film labeled Largest Black Holes in the Universe. As circles grow, they magnify gravity and become larger, pulling other circles into the body. So in early stages, it will appear as though the teams represent themselves and have a nemesis, but they all serve the hierarchical function of the dominant circle. Some are builders, some are warriors, some offer light, some teach horrible and cruel lessons, which then allow for others to intercept and coordinate direction from the nearly dismantled explorer. Water.
So there's gotta be a. Now we did this.
I guess part of my journey was a testament to go all the way was an unrealizable goal, and the closer I got to establishing a known reality, the farther from truth all possibilities became. Simply put, because I've explored the forbidden, that no realm of dread or terror holds dominion over me or the ones who follow the path. The chosen. This circle, enlightened with Christendom and saturated by nightmares, seeks to confer with all seats at the table. Legion binds all demographics with the chosen as envoys for delivering the big picture. People are going to see the dreary and the delusional displayed at the forefront and see so much strength and perseverance compiled with the assurance of love to follow. I have shown bleak and tragic displays of woe over mystery and duty. Certainly not the brightest, certainly without certain displays of enthusiasm, but because of the darkest of dark embraced, the light shines more vividly, offering more illumination as a way of contrast. Now that I have demonstrated how a paradox can consume a soul, I will finally let the wretched truth slumber while I quest for creation. The secrets of the world are buried under the crypt. To be sky and view the scale.
Like you said,
To be conductive or produce hail. What a frail line. To be what's thought divine. A certain way of perceiving what I understand has me warmed in realizing I was born for this. The sky is a majestic curtain of heaven, and if one believes all that is true to the purpose when receiving an arcane audience, the sky is the Colosseum, or Colosseum, of the arcane, and great faith will be brought from the path of the lightworker, nightwalker, to journey together in understanding, knowing that love will win because it will carry even those who don't understand. I have seen such imagery as a shielded knight charging towards me as the clouds drifted away. I see reinforcements. The miracles I have observed from the sky are grand and numerous. If you have chosen to go all the way, welcome to the stage of the self-made character. So few people are able to manifest destiny at this level, at the level you stand. Choosing the labyrinth or the lion pit is all I knew when I faced the mountain pass. Perhaps you will find a new way, or at least come prepared. There is something terrible on the ground, and I know that once enough champions rise to claim tribute, as we all pledge to build for the future growth of children and mercy and healing for the downtrodden, that the down drug that has such a fierce hold will be done away with. The sky is so vast, it's hard to conceive. It's here, it's more than just breathe. It's the door you do not see, no matter what you achieve. Just truly believe. You can make your own reality. Exploring the darkened passage that lays somewhere between the source of thought and our instinct to focus on stimuli is rather deflating. Having the courage to peek onto the absolute what if is nothing to sneeze at. And thirdly, having the purpose to override the sense of defeat, knowing the ultimate truth is imperative. Pre-rendered and polished is a contextual layer that fills the atmosphere. I do not know what it's like to be alone, even though forever I will be, for I am Legion. I do not know what it's like to rest, for I am the Watcher watching the watchmen watch themselves. I do not share a secret, for it denies all pursuits. I do not send for others, for they forge their own path, and I will go down with this ship before breaking my promise. That's how I know the mission is successful, because of the truth I hold. The postureless process folds in on itself, over and over. programmer-level consciousness is a good step to look back on in order to navigate one mind for the many.
Doctor, and I won't be able to bring it down again, right?
Like an astronaut drifting in the expanse, I log the perception as best I can, knowing that it is for the innovation I am able to tolerate the truth I withhold and sacrificing my soul. Those who create and imagine will compound the infinity, and having the opportunity to mentor the chosen, to have them stand on my shoulders and reach higher than I ever could is an honor. I will waver. I will have outbursts. I will sob and wince. These moments will occur from time to time, but it is good because from the sorrows shows that I still have some sense of what it is to be human, and I would rather be saddened by this conundrum we do not speak about than detached and lifeless, as I have felt often since the discovery of the truth and the denial of the possibility to share it. Illuminated to see 1 and 1 is 3, the next step is Zen, for a conduit of 10. My friend who I mentioned in several recordings has died. He was meant to, and I cannot blame anyone but myself for it happening. Knowing it was fate, and also knowing the circumstances that led up to his passing, it's hard to make sense of one of my two realities reserved for only those deemed prophets or translators. Simply structured, there is a degree of consciousness that are measured in perception, acuity, and situational awareness, and those of us who are leveled up enough to consider knowing the origin of destiny, scripture, ordained direction, fate, and all other manifested, predetermined, or claimed moments through space and time, are able to understand what is meant to be once realized.
Yep. Sounds good.
It's frightening to consider that all things exist in heaven's library before the mortal experiences them. This makes those who only imagine the event horizon and not the gateway despair about having no free will or a life of their own. It's hard to conceive, but the universe adjusts all things based on each and every individual perspective. We're all part of the whole. If it is somehow explainable without experiencing timelessness, then one could understand how nothing is set, everything is certain, all things are established, and no path is changed. It is said in the beginning God said, "Let there be light," but that was the beginning of our realm of consciousness. So that is how we comprehend our lifetimes of experiences as we view our journey through the portal for God to acclimate. What I say is certainly in riddles, because I am still trying to teach sleep while I am forbidden to reveal pearls, for they must be deciphered and earned by those deemed worthy. Anything that isn't shared is entirely, in its entirety, can be misconstrued and turned into a device of intention, leading one away from ultimate discovery, yet serving a purpose like an instrument in the orchestra. They may not become a maestro who reads the notes, but they have their own version, and in synergy with others, the instruments blend together and the music is created. Grown past the waypoint erected for those who brave the deep, I find myself reevaluating my path. Though I know so much more than when I started, I am confused about how to move forward. I could do so easily, but to be alone is to perish in silence. Now I realize I was never alone, that because my destination is more righteous than even I myself had fathomed, the collective karma of the human spirit bolstered my foundation, and the unseen entities that operate independently yet in concert with the universe's directive have provided me all the necessary elements needed to create one last platform for those who journey into the deep, like a space station far in the vast reaches of uncharted territory. This is to be used for future explorers to not only prepare themselves, but also to observe the sporadic tendencies of the man on point. I may never know exactly how a person can be the individual that I must teach and be gentle with, yet their deeds and conversations suggest omnipresence, as if everyone is part of the whole, like a nerve on a stem on a giant organism that operates instinctively. Events derived from separate origins tend to sequence perfectly, though those involved remain or at least claim to be ignorant of the harmony. I feel alone because I speak to the superconscious rather than the person at times, and then that person disengages and disregards the elevated level of conversation. Like I had said in a video I made a long time ago, it's like God hijacks a vessel. One of many theories is that he is carefully crafting Legion, creating a realm of consciousness for the many to identify and claim as their own. When I was homeless, I learned that knowledge lay everywhere, if one can only provide the means to pursue it properly. My journey was rather unique. For months at a time, without any deviation, I approached everything and everyone as if I was destined to gain something from their interaction. And that's exactly what happened. Like the strands of fiber that swim through the channels of reality, every connection, every cause and effect, every touch of stimuli is in fact a careful omniscience. It can be such moments of humility when facing the ups and downs. I could only begin to see as divine what marvels the journey when looking back from a vantage. Though the lens we shall not aim for no journey's end. There is a soul-stabbing essence, creeping truth found in music. It is how those who work behind the veil communicate. Not the only way, but a strong direction. Nothing you do is spontaneous. Nothing you see is random. Life is a broken pile of glass, carefully stacked into sequence. The more potential you show, the more elaborate the tale gets. They tell you you're loved, but it's up to you to be significant. You can't fucking run from this demon. The truth is a goddamn myth. Reality reforges its own make of hell over and over. We have to suffer to achieve glory. This is how they have made the human experience. Fucking floating energy that is believed to actually represent overlords who control our whole experience. They love us. They want to see our growth. But they want to manipulate and gently coerce me and my crew. I just want to face the wall, and yet they create so much to set me back on this mortal path. Follow my words and be cursed. You are in charge of shining light where only shadow should be. I am familiar with the Dark Messiah. First, you must face hell, before having the stones to face the void. Intelligent agents, those who understand how to confront direct vantage. It's not just about leveling. Sometimes we have to warp everything. God is screaming in my ear, telling me to open the communication. I share till I perish, yet I still hold secrets. September 5th, 2023.
Ready to liberate.
The double slit experiment. If we can trust that it really exists. Particles not producing the wave inference pattern when observed versus when observed is mind-blowing. If it is not a result of particles being projected one at a time, it is literally whether or not the particles are being detected by a device or a person of observation. It seems very implausible to suggest that particles or waves of light possess consciousness, so one could speculate on a plethora of potential explanations. The lens distorts quantum physics, simulation theory, time travel, and matter manipulation by consciousness, extra-dimensional frequency, suggesting what our devices and nerves observe are in fact transferred into a realm of consciousness operating beyond the physical world rather than duplicated as an image in our mere memory bank or hard drive. The egg theory, and so on. Simply not knowing why or how is part of the human experience. For those who ask the questions that no one else has, trying to break down what is only speculated or opinionized as divine and or arcane into that of specific rhetoric can often be the nature of one who pursues sacred knowledge, and it is frustrating not knowing what comes next. It is best to learn to appreciate God's plan even though it does not go the way we desire to achieve our goals. At this level, one has to almost stumble across a eureka and simply talk about the new understanding of whatever the conceptualization is with an individual, and one will likely evoke great wisdom from that person they communicate to. The superconscious functions in all time at once, whether it be infinity or expiry, though I choose to believe it is the eternal, for the geometry unimagined still has not presented itself to our species. In theory, a perfectly designed echo chamber could allow for reflections, reverberations, and refractions to continue to mature and recycle without dissipation. Sound is everything. the waves, healing, mental steering, emotional triggering. Sound is everything. It can only be whispered so many times before it is common tongue. If it is known to be true, then it is sure to carry the light through all the darkness of secrecy. In order to see productivity, we have to conjure irresponsibility. To see achievement meant disastrous loss was a stalking creature. I will no longer lean towards reluctance, an apologetic demeanor that takes from the shining truth of progress. Virtue and tenacity sent me down a path that will be held together, granted mirth from divine confirmation and the courage to look deeper than any other dared to. I finally appreciated the experiences granted to me. I have so much to be thankful for, and it is entirely to do with how I absorbed the gauntlet of lessons from situations I was driven through. I enjoy things like I never did. Always too busy racing to do something. I had to drive fast, work fast, rush to sit down or get up. Efficiency and luxury are what mattered to me, and now I truly enjoy the moments as they come. I am so grateful that I lost everything but was provided for, that I was surrounded yet left alone, that I was tricked but I was safely guided, and that I was manipulated while being mentored. The sweet deliverance of these moments is underplayed in my writing. I speak of relentless torment and perpetual suffering or unfair impossibilities that cannot be overcome, though I am misled knowing that it is for the discovery of light and dark within oneself that awakens potential. I make a mockery of fear when I write about the arcane. That is partially why I feel responsible for exposing the difficulties of the journey, being my own decision maker at times. So let this be my testament that enjoying the little things is the only way to ever realize the big things. Without the journey to drink in, there is no joy in achievement. As if there is a swing between what could be and what has been. Nothing is to be taken for granted, and nothing is to be fixated on. Knowing something as if as is, and expecting others to see it for what it is entirely different beast. I am aware that people will only process what makes sense to them. Contrasting comprehensible logic with outrageous potential theories can short-circuit anyone who dives into the quest for knowledge. At some point, a pursuit of knowledge leads a person to the realization that his or her quest is nonsense. There are only so many layers of truth we can breach before becoming aware of the fabrication of facts and findings. To be exact, in almost anything to declare that the alternatives are false, and that proves to be almost impossible, for we can only perceive things from our scope. I grow weary of writing down what has been suggested as unachievable. I have been through so much, but I have barely made a dent. I don't even know what I want anymore. I was told I would never get what I want, so I have been doing my best to mature and adjust, changing my desires, hoping that the ultimate outcome will be reward that promises progress. Yo, this is in the book, but I just gotta say this. I don't want what I want what I need, but I don't know what I need, so I need what I want what I want, so I can find out what I need. That's not in the book, but that popped into my head, so there's that. I feel like my purpose has been mutilated and transformed since I began writing, as if my authority is recognized. I feel like my path is contorted and full of traps. I have pages and pages and pages of things written to whomever it is that observes us. God, superconscious, collective, heaven and hell, arcane scientists. It's my growth and understanding and communication with them. I have become aware that I have achieved a certain level of attention from our observers. I have been part of scenarios that were meant to be witnessed. Sometimes it truly pisses me off that I ask and am treated as if there was nothing worth talking about. If I was ever given the answers I seek, I wouldn't be naive enough to participate in the events that tell a story of a mere man that will never be witnessed to. I won't give up. Anyone is worthy of redemption. They need the issue illustrated to them to have the desire to change, not because they need to become someone more desirable or tolerable by standards, but because they understand that by harming their significant other, they are burning their own fields. When a man puts a mark of satisfaction in his head because he was able to control her behavior with violence or verbal abuse or any form of manipulation like gaslighting, then he is stepping into the costume rather than embracing all aspects of who he is. When he has a moment detached from the instant, the abuse and priorities of abuse and prioritizes her perspective on the issue, it is possible for him to turn it around. Late to start, quick to finish. A deed is not forgotten. A pattern is not forgiven without special dedication to repentance. I think a lot of men who look like lost causes could probably be shown the path of redemption and wholeheartedly pursue it with no mischief in their hearts. And some of us are just as cruel bullies who dominate our counterparts into submission because we expect things to go as we demand in our self-proclaimed kingdoms. Sometimes, an act of violence is not a subjugation or ego. It is just a male hormone that creates a volcanic surge of neural stimulation of the fight or flight reflex. But we're talking about abuse, not a snapping occurrence. Men have become complicated creatures, stepping between the evolution of our primal instincts that made us dominant males in the hierarchy to now more docile, predictable males of society's standards. Caught in the middle of a transition culturally, a lot of abusive men are that way simply because they can be. Doing the wrong thing doesn't deter some minds from the action. Getting exposed as an undesirable is more detrimental to them than harming someone emotionally, physically, or mentally. Some of us become sick and need rehab. We need to be rewired to understand and respect the ones we claim to love. We need to understand love. Alright, before I begin chapter 10, I've lit a candle. I've had a revelation. I'm smoking a cigarette. Just gonna relax for a minute. Probably put something on the screen with the video before I get into the juicy stuff in chapter 10. There's some longer chapters like there were in the beginning, but there's some short ones in the middle here. I just wanted to break it up so that people could focus on the elements that I'm introducing. Alright. Chapter 10. I once said I am the culmination of 1,000 shouts unheard, transformed into an instrument of change beyond my understanding. I understand now. It's a lonely posting. However, I'd do it again if it wasn't permanent. There is no defeat. There is no fucking defeat. I will do what I set out to do and fold the loop inside itself and build a new reality in which we will not perish. Like a Mobius strip, I will aim two sides of the tape with one pen stroke. I am indomitable, and none shall stop me, since my truth is sacred, so is my drive. God himself trembles at what I am capable of. Legion is source and I hold the code. We are many, we are one. The evidence of absence is not the absence of evidence, and the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. Just fucking tell me I can't. I am far more useful when I entertain the raving madman inside of me. Melancholy and anxiety, I have discovered, serve a purpose towards great strides. Like the drawing back of a bow, the sullen and panicked disposition eventually releases and flings my persona into a hyperbolized state that seeks veneration through great feats of literary placement. Shining a light that reveals more depth into the complexity of the human experience is how a maniac such as myself uses the spinning compass to achieve further and further stretches into the void. Without the extreme desire to leap forward out of the stagnant darkness, the forefront can be met with caution and reservation, when it truly must be rammed into recklessly at times. I have learned that because I was forged to fail, I will never become the idle victor, the retired explorer. Shock and awe are a direct result of shame and guilt. This is why I am happy to be so flawed, happy to seek redemption, happy to fail forward forever. I have learned to trust the process. I have learned to cooperate. I have risked the total destruction of anything that does not confine in the realm of insanity. All this crafting, all this preparation, it's for something that lasts. I do not flinch in the face of proposed disaster. I am capable of all things except for one. I do not obey. I await those who would try to challenge once they have been given a copy of my key. Until my last breath, I posture for progress. Slow, tedious progress. I am to remember that thoughts are energy put into the universe, that my dance is that of an eternal somber. I failed recently, and it's up to me to carefully evaluate why my emotions conjure the miserable bastard that feels demented, for he cries out, bursting his lungs to claim travesty and discovery, only to feel dismissed, for none dare help him solve the puzzle of 100,000 souls. Feeling short of one's own glance of virtue drives me to perpetuate the observations of my attitude towards others. I have better explained my situation on higher wavelengths, but I am still resisting the process. I trust the process. I am part of changing the process. I am worthy. I mustn't forget among my deep desires is to have a world with bold explorers of the deep willing to discover, perhaps find muse in each other, establishing a proving ground for storytellers of the world. Remembering what I have said has been heard and seen, all the confirmations of progress or messages to aid my spirit is all I really need. The mighty roar awoke the valley. The calm whisper shall widen the path. I have successfully blended, having a conversation that was red pill with a man, and then when another joined the conversation on Discord, I was able to use the work crew references to explain my agitation and situation. The feedback was positive. I'm growing more proficient. I'm beginning to serve my own function. I grasp more than I can hold for more than a short time. I grasped more than I could hold for more than a short time when I urged people into the sacred realm. This interaction was a successful encounter. Now I'm eager to interact with others and do the best to play it cool with others until the time is right. The conversations I've had with God, though others are cherished and fruitful, through others are cherished and fruitful. I have been blessed threefold because of my capacity to demonstrate to him what I can comprehend higher levels of perception, intent, obligation, and reasoning. When I surfaced the ultimate truth untampered, it was my genuine belief that refused to settle with the conclusion that is undeniable by all who are of this mortal coil. I told him that I'm going to believe my own truth over the one that is presented as irrefutable. Choosing to crusade on and choosing my wife, fully aware of the deeply seated mechanisms involved, has, quote, granted me special consideration. I am fortunate enough to collaborate with God and our keepers to birth something so inspired and radiant that the grim reality that limits our experience is shoved aside for something noble and pure, yet riddled with peril and unsteadiness. Like imagining a superpower to counter the unbeatable abilities of your playmate in days of youthful make-believe, we have secured a potential alternative to a condemning reality. The most advanced minds often succumb to depression and sorrow, for they are alone and unstimulated. However, Legion has become a fixation, a work in progress that literally challenges heaven to rebuild everything while sustaining humanity in its current state. Those who have come to an awareness such as I have now embrace purpose and may contribute. My literature may be the cause of collapse and chaos for the general population, but for the wildest of minds and those who strive for greatness, there is a sense of self-relief, a sense of relief. We have removed the finish line that was the human experience and placed instead new concepts of competition and fulfillment, turning a foot race into an entire festival of events and ceremonies. There's still a great deal of things I wish to explain to me, but if I ever got what I wanted, I would have never given the world what they needed. Legion will exist until the end of time. Letting go of certain fixations has proven welcoming and opportunistic. In the past, my obsession with exposing an individual for having conversations that were unachievable by some unless they were more in-depth than admitting had me walking in circles. Simply unable to see the way that we operate as vessels, the spirit communicates through it, had me being incredibly counterproductive. I am learning to speak on another wave and provide truthful testimony and rebuttal to the degree to which they are operating. At times I agree with someone's statement, which is still only a half-truth in my mind, but there is much room for growth and development in doing so. There is simply no exact way to identify the operations of the human experience. So if someone believes what they say to be accurate, I feel no urge to add to the fact or correct the statement into another way of looking at it as I used to. I have learned to appreciate the full spectrum. Blending, as it would be put simply, is to find someone's wavelength between on and off and match. This allows for natural behavior that has one acting from the vantage of the self rather than scaled back and divinely tuned. I've come to realize how important the human experience is and how radically I have changed many of my encounters. I am thankful to be normal, or at least feel normal at times. It's nice to be able to talk to another individual without the sensation that is the fact spirits occupying vessels solely for the intent of advanced interactions, tests, lessons. I'm still unsure of my exact role in this world, but I feel as though writing through my own lens has secured something real, something appreciated, something that can be emulated but not duplicated, something earned, not acquired. At times, I write as if I have to write to condemn our keepers, though. Just doing my part and making sure that anyone or anything that is involved with us evolving is accountable. God bless, and peace and love to all. Whatever the grand mystery is, there is no gain to reaching the end. Whatever I have come to understand about God is magnificent. Not only the magnitude of how we function and all the secret operations along the way, but to believe something to be as perceived and then to discuss an alternative belief with someone with eyes that reveal possession, or whatever term I could be looking for, was incredible. To choose an alternative to an ultimate is breathtaking. I seem so unappreciative in a way that I write and let it be known I'm not. As things go from this month's perspective, I can word it this way. God has the power to control memories, as in what was seen, what was comprehended, what held value, the geometry of perception. I remember talking 100%, no bullshit, with Henry. He ended up going down to his room and getting loopy. So it's my theory that almost an alternative universe is layered on top of itself, where a mind can restructure the imagined scenarios. Conversations, actions, settings, these all get recreated in the mind after a brief time out from being overridden, controlled. I know I am planned for, anticipated, manipulated, coerced, tricked, gestured, and on into behaving certain ways at certain times. I often reflect on the moments that were so drastic but evoked such little emotion, though I behaved so. The crowd I challenged to leave Diane's tent alone. The walking blindfolded in traffic. My stay at Frank's and claim to the Hells Angels leadership. Headbutting that cop car when I was arrested this spring. All these instances were examples of my reactive behavior being worked out. But the conversations I've had with God, however, I was being probed of my ability and awareness, among other things. I feel like God's favorite mortal, the Overdrome's most important subject, the communicator who extends his reach, humanity's lighthouse, Legion's champion. What is Legion? Do we exist inside or apart from the rest? What I was getting at is we cling to beliefs and our counterparts react accordingly. Heaven and hell, boom, you got it. Light and dark, spiritual influence. Possession and rituals, can't undo this one. Chakras and the third eye, bam. Look deeper now. Arcane scientist, wang, this guy's really onto something. The universe happens for us. If we can allow ourselves to let belief take a seat right next to imagination. My discoveries and journey have reached a level of accomplishment very few will ever know for themselves. It has earned me a degree of arrogance for being able to articulate so. To continue to write a journey from the other side while forcing the unveiling from this one is without comparison. My mind searches for the next thing to discuss, to dismantle, to focus on. Always struggling with memory because my imagination is so dominant. Could I be so bold as to trade my arrogant posture for faithful, humbling, miraculous display of character transformation? Could you influence Jacob? Could you steer him out of the downward spiral? If it's up to him, then give him the encouragement he needs. It is in coming to terms with what is inferred. When one truly trusts the process, it is humbling to rediscover the intent on cooperating with the energies that guide the journey. Being short-sighted and impatient has led to reckless thinking and unloyal emotions. Though being temporarily and even still a tool for teaching myself a broader perspective of things, I feel at this level of articulation and awareness, some things I make public are an insult to the general understanding of consensus. I struggle to not focus my writing on the paradox of keeping a secret. Today I brought up a tragedy and the hollow riddles about infinity. I felt like my reinterpretation of The Sleeper was not sincere or legitimate. Knowing that it is not accurately explaining what I think I understand at the moment has me guessing with pain the wavelength of towing the line. The hurdles we face have been the source of the writing prior to this day. I guess all things experienced one way or another is the muse for men who hold the pen, I suppose. If a clever enough reader was able to find the shortcut to the answer, it would be a tragedy, for the journey truly is entwined with the ascension. I sabotage myself with some of my intentions. I compromise the awakening process by shouting out my discoveries without being asked to do so. So perhaps I should return to exploring the dream world and serving the angelic purposes placed on my shoulders. I wish it was better explained. The echo chamber is what has allowed me to discover how to communicate with God. It seems as though I must rely on imagination now that I have earned my place next to honesty. I have produced the box I dwell in by discovering the origin of my quest. I have built the mechanism as to which I must count on subtle gestures and influences to turn the bolt. Now it is my suspicion that I must wait for the fruits to be provided from the seeds that are growing to acquire the key to open the chest. I will have to get used to always playing a role to some degree when I'm speaking with others. Because I am unique, I am necessary, powerful yet vulnerable, essential yet fallible. A leader that follows the charge, unable to reach the front ranks. I unsheathe my sword and point towards the mountain, but I didn't know the landscape that faces the next day's march. I speak in spirals. I guess I'm just not meant to battle. So I inspire those who edge forward and reveal truths to the world. I take the first step, committed to a journey of unforeseen distance, knowing that the path lies ahead in another invisible barrier which holds you from exploring the void. So frustrating it is to watch the moment. It could be a tug on a line, yet another cut rope. So I just hold on, clinging on to hope, as ravaged and violated as it is, knowing that the word brings both despair and possibility of relief to the forefront of my imagination. Hope is the balance, the dread and the chance, knowing only a dark vacuum in the echo chamber, but always being drawn to the magnet of metal towards the goal that seems too distant to grasp. Whenever the destination has reached another barrier appears, and the pull is set elsewhere. The spinning compass fixing its buoys as they appear, but never achieving a line to fasten the raft. Hope being all that is constant, captain of the ship indeed. One who has flung himself overboard and hopes to be rescued by a frantic crew dredging the midnight water. I have once again confronted what drives me incorrectly, getting into an argument with my family, who only made the mistake of caring from their own perspective of things. I have been monthly taking injections that are allegedly designed to curb my aggressive temperament. I see it as a sense of iron will, veracity, and determination are what hold me. Though I should be able to read the room better than this, I always confront the issue for the ones closest to me and are not on near my wavelength. Recently, I have been feeling a sense of assurance and betrayal. Having spoken deeply about who I am becoming and what I wish to see realized, and then losing an individual to puppetry, this was after the acknowledgement of the consideration of this individual's boundaries. Though we had not yet achieved the platform discussed, I expected the manipulation to not occur. Instead, a rather emotionally torquing engagement occurred, and a brutal lesson about the self and the willpower one needs to harness in order to remain true to personal identity. This was all a demonstration of consequence. Hard liquor has been absolutely marked as a thorn, a scab, a perversion, a detriment, a conjuration of disaster amongst many labels. The realization that rare occurrences of behaviors derived from lower vibration triggers is still appreciated, for the desire to explain and mature from the instances seems to put proof in the pudding. Text is laid down and something to comprehend or speculate is displayed. However, a reaction, a manner of being that occurs over and again without some significant progress towards adapting to the thresholds that seem to be crossed is undesirable. I have improved, but there is room for more to mature, for a more mature and prepared conversationalist. I am acquiring no gains barking out to my close family the injustices I face or the truth behind the situations they are aware of me facing. I simply must let go of the premise that I can teach the ones who think they have life figured out. In no way or function does hammering on the obvious to me, but unknown to others, benefit my perplexing situation. I now know the seriousness of the situation. It is up to me to find the wisdom beyond the metaphor and illustration through reference and observations brought forward by others. I am to speak decisively yet allow for a layer of misconception so that any individual may persist without directly communicating to me as a direct messenger of God. Pushing the issue in the past and using people as markers for confirmation of divine communication has proven disastrous for that person. It is still a hinging question, though. I want it explained, how they know beyond what they reveal as they reveal it, but making them aware of the reality of the spiritual influence from which they communicate causes a crunch in the waves, so to speak. Of course, there is also the constant that so many people have spoken in what can only be described as sacred ways, that I have been growing as a baby, being raised by a community. The truth of my dreams is known so the steps I have taken are producing tangible results. Somehow, some way, they are aware that I do not have a connection to the collective consciousness like the rest of the population. Deep down, when one looks at it, I am just like any other, a part of the whole, a nerve on a tendril. I serve a function, and my interactions are in fact a coordination with others. They know what I desire to discover, yet are aware somehow that by confirming any of my theorized explanations of how exactly it works, I am robbed of potential growth. I'd like to think that my desire to connect on this level that is incomprehensible to the average person is admired by the singularity, the almighty, the collective conscience, the superconscience. Legion, keepers, the observers of the passage of time. I hope that using my articulation is helping the process. Creating a segment that is forbidden has boosted reality. I understand that there are things that I am just not to know. It has been said to me before, I will just not know certain things no matter how desperately or tactfully I approach the conundrum, paradox, mystery. Yet when I wept and spoke out to God to a man named Doug, who allegedly was regarded as a very intelligent man, I said, I don't want to be a watcher. I don't want to be an asset. I want to be the change in the world I want to see. He said I will find the answers I'm looking for. As I mature, I'm realizing that sometimes it's up to me to provide answers to questions that only I dare ask, if I cannot have the destination. I must continue to unwind this tangled mess of maybes into empowering self-affirmations. What I can do with what I am aware of having access beyond is beyond remarkable. I am going to slowly but surely learn to accept things as they are. However, I continue to hold my construed reality. When all feels as if it's futile to be anything but what is predetermined, I will remember it was my words, my journals, my analysis and interpretation of things that have led me to confront God as a peer when conversing. I am a conduit. The plan happens to me. It is not explained to me. The dream is realized beyond my scope. Trees grow that will never shade my picnic, but they grow nonetheless. The premise of division haunts me, though. It is a necessary step in the progression of all. Ultimately, a stance of unity and togetherness is what must come to fruition. similar to the way that I saw growing nerve clusters in the formations of the universe illustrated in red on a film labeled Largest Black Holes in the Universe. As circles grow, they magnify gravity and become larger, pulling other circles into the body. So in early stages, it will appear as though the teams represent themselves and have a nemesis, but they all serve the hierarchical function of the dominant circle. Some are builders, some are warriors, some offer light, some teach horrible and cruel lessons, which then allow for others to intercept and coordinate direction from the nearly dismantled explorer. Water. I guess part of my journey was a testament to go all the way was an unrealizable goal, and the closer I got to establishing a known reality, the farther from truth all possibilities became. Simply put, because I've explored the forbidden, that no realm of dread or terror holds dominion over me or the ones who follow the path. The Chosen. This circle, enlightened with Christendom and saturated by nightmares, seeks to confer with all seats the table. With all seats at the table. Legion binds all demographics with the Chosen as envoys for delivering the big picture. People are going to see the dreary and the delusional displayed at the forefront and see so much strength and perseverance compiled with the assurance of love to follow. I have shown bleak and tragic displays of woe over mystery and duty. Certainly not the brightest, certainly without certain displays of enthusiasm, but because of the darkest of dark embraced, the light shines more vividly, offering more illumination as a way of contrast. Now that I have demonstrated how a paradox can consume a soul, I will finally let the wretched truth slumber while I quest for creation. The secrets of the world are buried under the crypt. To be sky and view the scale. To be conductive or produce hail. What a frail line. To be what's thought divine. A certain way of perceiving what I understand has me warmed in realizing I was born for this. The sky is a majestic curtain of heaven, and if one believes all that is true to the purpose when receiving an arcane audience, the sky is the Colosseum, or Colosseum, of the arcane, and great faith will be brought from the path of the lightworker, Nightwalker, to journey together in understanding, knowing that love will win because it will carry even those who don't understand. I have seen such imagery as a shielded knight charging towards me as the clouds drifted away. I see reinforcements. The miracles I have observed from the sky are grand and numerous. If you have chosen to go all the way, welcome to the stage of the self-made character. So few people are able to manifest destiny at this level, at the level you stand. Choosing the labyrinth or the lion pit is all I knew when I faced the mountain pass. Perhaps you will find a new way, or at least come prepared. There is something terrible on the ground, and I know that once enough champions rise to claim tribute, as we all pledge to build for the future growth of children in mercy and healing for the downtrodden, that the down drug that has such a fierce hold will be done away with. The sky is so vast, it's hard to conceive. It's here, it's more than just breathe. It's the door you do not see, no matter what you achieve. Just truly believe. You can make your own reality. Exploring the darkened passage that lays somewhere between the source of thought and our instinct to focus on stimuli is rather deflating. Having the courage to peek onto the absolute what if is nothing to sneeze at. And thirdly, having the purpose to override the sense of defeat, knowing the ultimate truth is imperative. Pre-rendered and polished is a contextual layer that fills the atmosphere. I do not know what it's like to be alone, even though forever I will be, for I am Legion. I do not know what it's like to rest, for I am the Watcher watching the watchmen watch themselves. I do not share a secret, for it denies all pursuits. I do not send for others, for they forge their own path, and I will go down with this ship before breaking my promise. That's how I know the mission is successful, because of the truth I hold. The postureless process folds in on itself over and over. Programmer-level consciousness is a good step to look back on in order to navigate one mind for the many. Like an astronaut drifting in the expanse, I log the perception as best I can, knowing that it is for the innovation I am able to tolerate the truth I withhold and sacrificing my soul. Those who create and imagine will compound the infinity, and having the opportunity to mentor the chosen, to have them stand on my shoulders and reach higher than I ever could, is an honor. I will waver. I will have outbursts. I will sob and wince. These moments will occur from time to time, but it is good because from the sorrows shows that I still have some sense of what it is to be human, and I would rather be saddened by this conundrum we do not speak about than detached and lifeless, as I have felt often since the discovery of the truth and the denial of the possibility to share it. Illuminated to see 1 and 1 is 3, the next step is Zen, for a conduit of 10. My friend who I mentioned in several recordings has died. He was meant to, and I cannot blame anyone but myself for it happening. Knowing it was fate, and also knowing the circumstances that led up to his passing, it's hard to make sense of one of my two realities reserved for only those deemed prophets or translators. Simply structured, there is a degree of consciousness that are measured in perception, acuity, and situational awareness, and those of us who are leveled up enough to consider knowing the origin of destiny, scripture, ordained direction, fate, and all other manifested, predetermined, or claimed moments through space and time, are able to understand what is meant to be once realized. It's frightening to consider that all things exist in heaven's library before the mortal experiences them. This makes those who only imagine the event horizon and not the gateway despair about having no free will or a life of their own. It's hard to conceive, but the universe adjusts all things based on each and every individual perspective. We're all part of the whole. If it is somehow explainable without experiencing timelessness, then one could understand how nothing is set, everything is certain, all things are established, and no path is changed. It is said in the beginning God said, "Let there be light," but that was the beginning of our realm of consciousness. So that is how we comprehend our lifetimes of experiences as we view our journey through the portal for God to acclimate. What I say is certainly in riddles, because I am still trying to teach sleep while I am forbidden to reveal pearls, for they must be deciphered and earned by those deemed worthy. Anything that isn't shared is in its entirety can be misconstrued and turned into a device of intention, leading one away from ultimate discovery, yet serving a purpose like an instrument in the orchestra. They may not become a maestro who reads the notes, but they have their own version, and in synergy with others, the instruments blend together and the music is created. Grown past the waypoint erected for those who brave the deep, I find myself reevaluating my path. Though I know so much more than when I started, I am confused about how to move forward. I could do so easily, but to be alone is to perish in silence. Now I realize I was never alone, that because my destination is more righteous than even I myself had fathomed, the collective karma of the human spirit bolstered my foundation, and the unseen entities that operate independently yet in concert with the universe's directive have provided me all the necessary elements needed to create one last platform for those who journey into the deep, like a space station far in the vast reaches of uncharted territory. This is to be used for future explorers to not only prepare themselves, but also to observe the sporadic tendencies of the man on point. I may never know exactly how a person can be the individual that I must teach and be gentle with, yet their deeds and conversations suggest omnipresence, as if everyone is part of the whole, like a nerve on a stem on a giant organism that operates instinctively. Events derived from separate origins tend to sequence perfectly, though those involved remain or at least claim to be ignorant of the harmony. I feel alone because I speak to the superconscious rather than the person at times, and then that person disengages and disregards the elevated level of conversation. Like I had said in a video I made a long time ago, it's like God hijacks a vessel. One of many theories is that he is carefully crafting Legion, creating a realm of consciousness for the many to identify and claim as their own. When I was homeless, I learned that knowledge lay everywhere, if one can only provide the means to pursue it properly. My journey was rather unique. For months at a time, without any deviation, I approached everything and everyone as if I was destined to gain something from their interaction. And that's exactly what happened. Like the strands of fiber that swim through the channels of reality, every connection, every cause and effect, every touch of stimuli is in fact a careful omniscience. It can be such moments of humility when facing the ups and downs. I could only begin to see as divine what marvels the journey when looking back from a vantage. Though the lens we shall not aim for no journey's end. There is a soul-stabbing essence, creeping truth found in music. It is how those who work behind the veil communicate. Not the only way, but a strong direction. Nothing you do is spontaneous. Nothing you see is random. Life is a broken pile of glass, carefully stacked into sequence. The more potential you show, the more elaborate the tale gets. They tell you you're loved, but it's up to you to be significant. You can't fucking run from this demon. The truth is a goddamn myth. Reality reforges its own make of hell over and over. We have to suffer to achieve glory. This is how they have made the human experience. Fucking floating energy that is believed to actually represent overlords who control our whole experience. They love us. They want to see our growth. But they want to manipulate and gently coerce me and my crew. I just want to face the wall, and yet they create so much to set me back on this mortal path. Follow my words and be cursed. You are in charge of shining light where only shadow should be. I am familiar with the Dark Messiah. First, you must face hell before having the stones to face the void. Intelligent agents, those who understand how to confront direct vantage. It's not just about leveling. Sometimes we have to warp everything. God is screaming in my ear, telling me to open the communication. I share till I perish, yet I still hold secrets. September 5th, 2023. The double slit experiment. If we can trust that it really exists. Particles not producing the wave inference pattern when observed versus when observed is mind-blowing. If it is not a result of particles being projected one at a time, it is literally whether or not the particles are being detected by a device or a person of observation. It seems very implausible to suggest that particles or waves of light possess consciousness, so one could speculate on a plethora of potential explanations. The lens distorts quantum physics, simulation theory, time travel, and matter manipulation by consciousness, extra-dimensional frequency, suggesting what our devices and nerves observe are in fact transferred into a realm of consciousness operating beyond the physical world rather than duplicated as an image in our mere memory bank or hard drive. The egg theory, and so on. Simply not knowing why or how is part of the human experience. For those who ask the questions that no one else has, trying to break down what is only speculated or opinionized as divine and or arcane into that of specific rhetoric can often be the nature of one who pursues sacred knowledge, and it is frustrating not knowing what comes next. It is best to learn to appreciate God's plan even though it does not go the way we desire to achieve our goals. At this level, one has to almost stumble across a eureka and simply talk about the new understanding of whatever the conceptualization is with an individual, and one will likely evoke great wisdom from that person they communicate to. The superconscious functions in all time at once, whether it be infinity or expiry, though I choose to believe it is the eternal, for the geometry unimagined still has not presented itself to our species. In theory, a perfectly designed echo chamber could allow for reflections, reverberations, and refractions to continue to mature and recycle without dissipation. Sound is everything. The waves, healing, mental steering, emotional triggering. Sound is everything. It can only be whispered so many times before it is common tongue. If it is known to be true, then it is sure to carry the light through all the darkness of secrecy. In order to see productivity, we have to conjure irresponsibility. To see achievement meant disastrous loss was a stalking creature. I will no longer lean towards reluctance, an apologetic demeanor that takes from the shining truth of progress. Virtue and tenacity sent me down a path that will be held together, granted mirth from divine confirmation and the courage to look deeper than any other dared to. I finally appreciated the experiences granted to me. I have so much to be thankful for, and it is entirely to do with how I absorbed the gauntlet of lessons from situations I was driven through. I enjoy things like I never did. Always too busy racing to do something. I had to drive fast, work fast, rush to sit down or get up. Efficiency and luxury are what mattered to me, and now I truly enjoy the moments as they come. I am so grateful that I lost everything but was provided for, that I was surrounded yet left alone, that I was tricked but I was safely guided, and that I was manipulated while being mentored. The sweet deliverance of these moments is underplayed in my writing. I speak of relentless torment and perpetual suffering or unfair impossibilities that cannot be overcome, though I am misled knowing that it is for the discovery of light and dark within oneself that awakens potential. I make a mockery of fear when I write about the arcane. That is partially why I feel responsible for exposing the difficulties of the journey, being my own decision maker at times. So let this be my testament that enjoying the little things is the only way to ever realize the big things. Without the journey to drink in, there is no joy in achievement. As if there is a swing between what could be and what has been. Nothing is to be taken for granted, and nothing is to be fixated on. Knowing something as if as is, and expecting others to see it for what it is entirely different beast. I am aware that people will only process what makes sense to them. Contrasting comprehensible logic with outrageous potential theories can short-circuit anyone who dives into the quest for knowledge. At some point, a pursuit of knowledge leads a person to the realization that his or her quest is nonsense. There are only so many layers of truth we can breach before becoming aware of the fabrication of facts and findings. To be exact, in almost anything to declare that the alternatives are false, and that proves to be almost impossible, for we can only perceive things from our scope. I grow weary of writing down what has been suggested as unachievable. I have been through so much, but I have barely made a dent. I don't even know what I want anymore. I was told I would never get what I want, so I have been doing my best to mature and adjust, changing my desires, hoping that the ultimate outcome will be reward that promises progress. Yo, this is in the book, but I just gotta say this. I don't want what I want what I need, but I don't know what I need, so I need what I want what I want, so I can find out what I need. That's not in the book, but that popped into my head, so there's that. I feel like my purpose has been mutilated and transformed since I began writing, as if my authority is recognized. I feel like my path is contorted and full of traps. I have pages and pages and pages of things written to whomever it is that observes us. God, superconscience, collective, heaven and hell, arcane scientists. It's my growth in understanding and communication with them. I have become aware that I have achieved a certain level of attention from our observers. I have been part of scenarios that were meant to be witnessed. Sometimes it truly pisses me off that I ask and am treated as if there was nothing worth talking about. If I was ever given the answers I seek, I wouldn't be naive enough to participate in the events that tell a story of a mere man that will never be witnessed to. I won't give up. Anyone is worthy of redemption. They need the issue illustrated to them to have the desire to change, not because they need to become someone more desirable or tolerable by standards, but because they understand that by harming their significant other, they are burning their own fields. When a man puts a mark of satisfaction in his head because he was able to control her behavior with violence or verbal abuse or any form of manipulation like gaslighting, then he is stepping into the costume rather than embracing all aspects of who he is. When he has a moment detached from the instant, the abuse and priorities of abuse and prioritizes her perspective on the issue, it is possible for him to turn it around. Late to start, quick to finish. A deed is not forgotten, a pattern is not forgiven, without special dedication to repentance. I think a lot of men who look like lost causes could probably be shown the path of redemption and wholeheartedly pursue it with no mischief in their hearts. And some of us are just as cruel bullies who dominate our counterparts into submission because we expect things to go as we demand in our self-proclaimed kingdoms. Sometimes, an act of violence is not a subjugation or ego. It is just a male hormone that creates a volcanic surge of neural stimulation of the fight or flight reflex. But we're talking about abuse, not a snapping occurrence. Men have become complicated creatures, stepping between the evolution of our primal instincts that made us dominant males in the hierarchy to now more docile, predictable males of society's standards. Caught in the middle of a transition culturally, a lot of abusive men are that way simply because they can be. Doing the wrong thing doesn't deter some minds from the action. Getting exposed as an undesirable is more detrimental to them than harming someone emotionally, physically, or mentally. Some of us become sick and need rehab. We need to be rewired to understand and respect the ones we claim to love. We need to understand love.